Mm. Hi there. Hi Ella. Thank you for the likes. Just gonna give it a couple of... Hi. Just gonna give it a couple of minutes. Hi there. Hi Janelle. How's everybody doing? I'm tired today. I just had a really hot shower, so I'm sorry if my hair looks a little, I didn't have time. It's been a long week. Oh yes. I feel that. It's been a good week and a hard week. It's like a lot of ups and downs, but the ups are meaningful, powerful, and the downs are just like, I think, reflecting upon the meanings of what we've gone through. A lot of transmuting. I'm alright, just woke up. I wish I just woke up. I've been running on E all week actually, because my sleep patterns have been pretty crap, and I haven't been able to get my get myself in a balance. But can I get a reading? Yeah, I like to have a bit of a chat first if you're patient. Yeah, I was actually going to like this sort of like cut out, and I said, I've got to show up because I sort of opened myself up today to something I find it very, very difficult to share because I can't preach about vulnerability if I'm not prepared to do it myself. And the downside and the upside, I have to see both sides. I am Libra, by the way, is that our purpose and our wound hold each other's hands. And I've been doing a lot of like reading up on my natal chart, and then I think about the people in my life. I don't know who this is. People are inviting me. Dear clients. Sorry. Oh. Oh, okay. Last week's TikTok. Yeah, I usually I was uploading them all the time, but I usually, since you let me know if you know the actual date, or if you can remember the actual one, I don't think I did too many last week, so I can upload them. But what I did is I just waited. If someone requests it, then I will put it up there. So I used to load them up all the time, but sometimes they're just sitting there and sometimes viewed, sometimes not viewed. So I was just, yeah, but I will put them up for you, no worries. He's in somewhere for the week. Can't wait to snuggle up to him. Oh, that's so nice. That's great news. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I hope you're well. I'm getting there. Yes, I'm going to open up the list in a little bit. Hopefully one of my... Yeah, because I've put no makeup on. So I just got out of the shower, got changed, and then I'm sitting here. So this, raw. Ah, yes. I'm going to open up the list in a bit. I've literally just come online, so if you are patient. It was good. It was non-active. I was recovering because I was just up late with my family. I had maybe a couple of drinks. I'm not really a big drinker. But there was talks. We had a lot of talks, and it was awesome. And just recuperating, and then I sort of needed a bit of some time out because I had read a lady's comment, and I didn't realize that it would trigger that in me, that it would trigger such an emotional response, because she asked, she was talking about she was having difficulty connecting with her grandchildren, and I was just intuitively asking for an answer on how to give her some advice, because my perspective, I don't have that perspective, so I was asking for some kind of higher perspective from spirit or just my higher self, and they pulled up, like your dad. And me and my dad are very estranged. Supposedly we're very much alike, but I wouldn't know. So it pulled up the time that I sort of reached out and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited for a response, but I've never received it. So, it's sort of like, I think Spirit does that. They just say, you know what, it's time to get a little bit uncomfortable, Sonia, you've got to heal everything, and so putting myself out there, well, I've got to take that time to recuperate, opening my wounds up deep and bearing my soul for everyone to see. I'm not embarrassed. I've stopped caring about how people perceive me and what I say. So today I just rested and rejuvenated my energy, or at least tried to. But it's been really hard. I don't know if anyone else has felt like me, but I literally couldn't cope during the week. I was fine, but there was just so many periods of just feeling down and not depressed and not like I'm losing my mind, but just like I just didn't want to do anything at all. And not out of laziness, but simply because my body was just asking for me to just be still. And so I started talking instead of doing, instead of pottering around and doing my stuff, and just sort of talking and transmuting a lot of things that were going on in my heart and my mind. And probably sometimes it doesn't always translate, because, it's me and I just talk in wild tangents sometimes. But all of it truthful and transparent, so, we do what we got to do to get by sometimes. Maybe one of my mods will come in. Hi, October. Yes, October. Let's see. I'm sorry about my frame. I tighten it up a bit. So yeah, I opened up that wound, and Spirit goes, that's it, Sonia. Like you're pulling out those weeds. You're getting down and pulling those roots out, and clearing your garden of life so that you can plant new seeds. Because it's sort of like end of days, like, and I don't say that in a way that's the way that it came out, but it's like the end of days, like the end of the old cycle, because the new is being ushered in. And as us, the humans, nature's pretty good with that. If things change, nature will simply adapt. But it's us, the humans, that don't know how to adapt so easily. So the transition of energy has been just a little bit full on or too much. Yeah, a big spiritual shift, I would say. And what they gave me was the end of days. So a lot of us, if we understand, it's not the biblical end of days. That's astrological and metaphoric. But end of days of the imbalance that we've been living in. So we're right at the beginning of it, and the end of days might not be days. It could be years and years of this slow transition. And so as I look around at people that I actually look at for guidance, and then going through the same things, so it feels like we're just all moving through it slowly. It feels like walking through mud. It just feels heavy sometimes, and sometimes you sink down a little bit lower, get a bit stuck. Mud gets in your shoes, and you're just trying to get through to the other side, and it's quite physically exhausting. So yeah, you're bad. What does that mean? That's just my perspective. May not be yours. That's good. Kia ora is hello in Māori. I'm a Māori from New Zealand. Or Aotearoa. Thank you for the share. So I thought I'd just come in and do a couple of hours. Kia ora. And share some of what's going on and pull some cards for some lucky people. Yeah, I'm getting there. Thank you for asking. I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's just a lie. Oh, it's more like acknowledging an acknowledgement, an endearment. But yeah, it's sort of, so if I'm a little bit not as I seem more quiet, it's not that, it's just preserving energy. What's in my near future? You know, it's funny because I could say anything, really. If you can understand, if you want specifics from Spirit, you have to ask a specific question. And you have to be mindful to interpret the answer. So what may mean something to me may mean something completely different to you. And I may interpret it wrong. That's why I never do future readings. I can bring up suggestions. Or if Spirit literally will directly say, hey Sonia, this. But I've been feeling a lot of support energetically or spiritually around me. So, you know, this is how I know that they keep me safe and protected. Finding feathers on my clothes, and everywhere I go there's like a feather that'll blow past. It'll just be stuck to, you know, my child will walk past, there's a feather. Where they're coming from, not too sure. So, you know, this is always a sign for me that I'm loved. And there was a sort of a feeling of my grandparents stepping closer, both of them together, and they don't usually come out that way. So they're definitely protecting me at this time, or just letting me know that they're constantly connecting to me and keeping me supported through this transition. But I think I'm just transmuting a lot of things. You know, a lot of us light workers left the planet in the last week. We feel it. It's probably been over the last 2 weeks, really, but we feel it a lot more, you know, because we're in Mercury retrograde. But I feel like it's sort of that retrograde isn't left at all, if it's just that, but it just felt like a lot of us left, and there's this feeling of mourning going on, grieving, which is also part of the healing process, you know. So it's pretty intense. I know spiritual people are supposed to be uplifting and empowering to help you, but we're also very, very human. And so I'm feeling really serious. So sorry. I know, because I'm usually quite light-hearted. But I wanted to show up for everybody. So I'm laughing at myself because I feel like I'm like just going and being a little bit downsy, but I'm trying to be truthful, and it's not always what you want to hear. Oh, what is this? Oh. Are you flying? You're coming to Napier tomorrow. Oh, awesome. Just, well, with me or with Hawani? Yeah, okay, sorry, I mean, I probably missed a lot. Yeah, I'm in Napier, so find me on Facebook. Yeah, keeping it real, yeah, sorry. I just had to have a giggle at myself, because I don't mean to say end of days like it's going to be the end of your life or end of the world. No, the world will keep going, and no, your life will keep going. But the end of things that kept the imbalance, that held us unbalanced with our natural state and our natural knowledge, really. I feel like it is a return and a rise of the Phoenix, which is a really important time for a lot of us. And, you know, the Phoenix rises from the ashes, but it bursts into flames. You know, it's not like a gentle simmer and slowly rise up, and it literally ignites. And so there's this energy output that goes, and it can wipe out, you know, disillusionment, I mean. And hopefully Not so much the negativity. I think we have to understand that negativity is pretty much part of positivity. They go hand in hand. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what positivity was. But like the hidden forces and agendas that have kept a lot of us really, really trapped in the matrix. We're going to neo bust ourselves out of this and set ourselves free. That's what it feels like. It's freedom. And I don't know what that means for each and every single one of you, but it's sort of like the tomb of the down before the rise. There's this slight less feeling, and then it just goes boom. I feel like October's going to welcome that in, and October is quite important for me. I'm alright with October, and also for a lot of people. So it's an interesting time, or what I used to say, Rocktober, because I'm born there. I'm a Libran, and so I always appreciate moving into the energy. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So very much. Thank you. Who can you? She's 30. Oh, nice. Oh, happy birthday. Say congratulations. Happy birthday to your daughter. 30. Whoo. She's an adult now. Are we really adults at 30? I think maybe not, because I don't know. Unless she already knows what she wants to do, sometimes at 30 you still don't know what you want to do. I think the pressure, society has kind of pressured us to sort of like 20, we're sort of going to live our wild days, and then 30 we've got to settle down. But sometimes that wild spirit carries through, or sometimes that wild spirit doesn't initiate till you get older. So, very welcome. I can't pick one, right? Oh, sorry, I missed that. No, I'm not Hawaiian. I am a Māori from Aotearoa, New Zealand. October, awesome. Yeah, look, actually, it's weird because I actually have an auntie who's born on the same day as me, and she's about, I'd say, 13 years older. And it's interesting to gauge her because she literally is me at her age. Do you know what I mean? She's older than me. And it's weird because even we think the same things and we do the same things, we're born on the same day. We have the same characteristics and sort of the same thought patterns. Is any of my mods in here? Hi Tess, I've been waiting for you. I'm going to put your name down that I see you in here. I'm so sorry that I missed you. I didn't realize I'd turned my notifications off, so I didn't hear any beeping. Usually it'll come across my screen. So. Oh, really? That's good. What did you say? If I can ask. Librans, it's a call for balance. Because, like if you think about your, it's weird because when you think about your star sign, sometimes, you can see what, when you look back at your life and you can see what you're supposed to do based on your star sign. Because like for me, my life has always been a call to try and be balanced because I was so very not balanced. I was either, I was either all in or all out. That's just how I was. I was very found myself, I'd be highly motivated and then I'd be low and then up and down, and it's still like this, but I have more understanding and compassion for myself in the down. So I've learned to bring balance to it. Yeah, everything takes time. a man wrapping his arm around me. I love that, you know, like, because if you had watched, was that the one where I was in the car driving and I had the vision come forward? That one was really beautiful. I was actually mid, and here's the thing, as someone who gets a lot of visual aspects or just intuitive downloads, where I'm just driving along, I'm feeling something, and then my mind will just literally show me a scene or a picture or an image. And the thing is, I can still see, function, but it's almost like there's another screen and you're able to just focus there too. And you know what, it's really interesting because I saw the image of a winged being flying above me, but it was almost like, and what I didn't mention in that vision was that it was like the song Umbrella came in. And it was singing, I could hear the song Umbrella and seeing the winged being sort of protecting me from the weather, from the cars, like creating this buffering system around me, not so much like a shield, but like an umbrella, like over me and keeping me dry. And then you have the umbrella song going. And so, you know, and I started crying. My daughter's like, what's going on, Mum? And I said, sorry, I just got a really loving and beautiful image and vision pop into the front of my mind, and I just got to process this. And so I've had those confirmations all weekend, and that's why I've just been sharing, like, because Spirit pretty much shut my body down and made it very hard to, like, even like go to get, you know, do shopping in the supermarket. It was just like, oh no, I'm really not going to do that today, you know, like just not wanting to do anything other than just be still. And so I've sat outside most of the time. I've just been grounding, processing and transmuting energies. Hi there. I actually randomly choose people. Not drawn to. Sometimes I like to get my mods in to do it, but I'm not too sure if there's any in here yet. It's okay though. Oh yes, there's Aisha. Grand Rising. Kia ora. Sorry, I was probably looking down. Sometimes we look at our star sign, but not always the case. Well, as we found out, we have 13 different star signs that create our whole vibration. So what I do is I'm just going to ask Aisha if she has time to take our list for us, if she's not busy. But I do have a few little things to talk about. And I brought up before that sometimes Spirit puts our wound and our purpose hand in hand. I had self-realization. It's weird, you know, like when you sit and you just sort of like process things. I started recognizing a pattern. And I have my North Node. My North Node is in Virgo. So Virgo's ultimate for North Node is sort of like what you attain to become. So Virgo's ultimate pathway is to be a humanitarian, to be of service. And I had also the knowledge that my most favorite person and someone I'm completely disconnected to, so my grandfather who I was raised with, my mother's father, he was a Virgo, and he was a pastor, you know, he was in the church, he loved his God, and the God that he showed to me was a loving and forgiving God. I'm not too sure about everybody else's version, but the version I grew up knowing was a non-judgmental, loving, compassionate God. And even though I've evolved my spiritual understandings and my connection to religion, I still hold to that because the experiences that I had with my grandparents and their love and compassion for their community was real and righteous. It wasn't pretentious. It was really who they were, and they wanted to do right by people. So my grandfather, he was, you know, he'd had such a hard life growing up, and so he, in his older years, wanted to help his community, especially the vulnerable ones, and went about doing that. And I have my father, who is the complete opposite. And they're both like the same star sign. So I've seen the counterbalance to what it is. And Spirit has kind of just, over this time, really taken out the part of me that people pleased, you know, that always wanted to do right by you, make sure you were good and everything about you was good, your energy was good. And then I'd go home and suffer, you know, like, because I'd given so much of myself, taking that part out of me and putting a little bit more, I'm going to say assertiveness in there. Not being afraid to speak my mind and not being afraid to reveal who I am, because it's almost like, Sonia, you know, you need to show people who you really are, like, because spirituality is becoming very muddy and bland in some respects. It just depends where you look. And as you know, as you learn to know yourself more and understand who you are as a person, you sort of start understanding, and you like understanding what you should consume mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and also what you shouldn't. And so the discernment goes right up. And discernment and intuition is really important. So it's learning also to discern the voices in your head, basically. From the way that spirit speaks, the way the ego speaks, and then the inner self speaks, the inner monologue. So sometimes I can have many voices in my head. Sometimes they're not even mine. Sometimes they're voices of others that are speaking and communicating to me. And because I'm mainly clairaudient, but it's sort of like clairaudience and visual aspects. So it's sort of whatever I need to be able to process that message. And recently it's been a lot of voices talking all at once. Some of them are crying, some of them are in pain, some of them are experiencing some really negative things, and I have to make sure that I'm listening to the right voice, to my voice, because it's me that holds me down. You know, it's me that keeps me safe and protects me. So I know that everyone's energy can come at me a lot, and instead of absorbing and being empathic, not always easy when it's so many, and holding space and light for myself, I venture down into the darkness and try and find the ones that really need help, you know. So I bring forward those messages, and sometimes they are emotional and all over the show. So it's a bit of a process and hard to explain how to really sort of navigate in the spiritual climate right now. But a lot of it is learning discernment, learning your truth, and using your wisdom. Because those are skill sets. Like, everybody wants spiritual gifts. Everyone wants to be spiritual. Everyone wants to one-up each other and be more psychic and more intuitive. I always say that. But really, when you're spiritual, you don't really give a shit. You don't give a shit. And so I'm learning to care. I care. But like I said, you don't have to set yourself on fire to keep other people warm. You can simply give them the tools and then allow them to go about doing what they can with those tools. Really, it comes down to your own effort and dedication. Thank you for saying that. We're going to get Aisha to take a couple of names, and I just wanted to talk for a little bit before I move on. Yeah, so I mean, I know that sometimes I can't always stay on the straight line when I think, because my mind will pull me off in different directions. But I do have a very creative and artistic point of view when it comes to the world, and so too my belief systems, and I'm constantly evolving them. So I don't just learn one thing and stay there. I learn one thing, I research it till I can't take any more information about that thing, and then I'll discern whether or not it's valuable to me. So we can't always take everything as face value and as truth. We have to really take some time to discern, does this help me in any shape or form? And I don't mean help me, will this create more money for me? Will this create more abundance? It's like, does my soul need to take this on? And will it be beneficial? This information. And so I did speak a lot about the spiritual mimics, and I don't even think they realize that they do that because they want to be something. They're trying to articulate something, but you just listen to their narratives. The lady that I saw this morning, I'm sorry she was American, I don't mean to say that, but it's sort of like you have to understand that indigenous spirituality, and it's very different around the world, so our aspects and the way we see things in the world and understand things are very different. And the narrative and it was just because at first I saw her and she was like really pretty and she had a really nice way about her, don't get me wrong. Then she started to flip the cards, and it was what she was saying. Now, how she said it wasn't anything ugly anyway, but it was almost like she was sort of like getting off on having this ability to tell you that this karmic is over there spying on you, and it doesn't help anyone saying that. It doesn't help to go and find readings like that either. Not this time and age. That was like very 2018. Everyone was into twin flames, and we all should know that that's not really about another person but yourself. But if you're still there, I understand why that whole philosophy can be very captivating. And then you hear it because my frontal lobe starts getting, this person's giving me some bad juju, because it's sort of feeding a narrative in which it keeps people trapped. So, for me, there are some really awesome readers out there, and not many that I will stay and listen to, but there are some really good ones, and they know what they're doing, and they've experienced what they're teaching you. And that's where I think my philosophy goes, is that part of teaching people and helping people and giving them the message is that you've had to have experienced it yourself to really talk in depth about it. Not read it in a book, but actually gone out and done some field work. And that's when you know that they're learning things from TikTok, which there's so much misinformation. They're learning things from YouTube, which is the same thing. That true spirituality is found out there in your life, in every step you take, in every decision you make, and connecting the dots where sometimes there are no dots to connect, and constantly evolving, and not finding one little niche and sticking in that space. Because Spirit will just constantly ask you to evolve as a person. Always. It's like, get better. Get better, get broader is probably the better way to describe it. Until the capacity for you to hold knowledge is enough to help whoever's out there. So spiritual evolution is definitely important. And if you're being fed narratives that no longer resonate in this time and this energy, then you're going to get stuck in the time and energy that it did, and the world was very different then. What we need to be getting ready for is preparing for some major changes in our lives, and some people aren't mentally prepared for that shit. Time to get into spirit, time to get a lot more loose with your belief systems, and I mean loose because I think we don't even really know the truth about a lot of things, and over time those will be revealed, and it's got to get it right here. Otherwise it's going to feel very overwhelming for many people. I did put up a little message, if you're not really embarking in a spiritual journey and finding yourself, when the shifts really start taking, leaving their mark on the world, it's going to leave you feeling very, very, very uncomfortable. And what Spirit is really doing, what the universe is supporting us and developing, so that we can be a society that is not hurting each other. I really believe that. Not utopia, not perfect, but where we actually value life, and not just human life, but anything that has a soul, essence on the planet, because we have to save everybody, like Noah's Ark. You have to go and save him and his family, and also all the animals, because we can't just save us and think that that's going to save the world, because if we lose the bees, if we lose the trees, if we lose the fish, what kind of world have we got? We're going to have an ecosystem that will fall out of balance. And so it's sort of like, that's the humanitarian, right? The Virgo, right? Such an unattainable thing sometimes, I feel, because there's definitely a need to be sort of very, very much a pure vessel when it comes to Virgo, but we'll see how we go. Anyway, enough of the chat. I think it's enough of seriousness. Love to tap into spirit tonight because I know the energy will be pretty good, and it might help me do some healing. Healing you heals me, and we can all hold hands and energetically help each other and create that beautiful grid of light and empower each other through love. I like to take 3 deep breaths before I do the reading, so if you are out there and you want to join in with me, I do 3 deep breaths. I open up my heart chakra, so I breathe into the heart chakra, just like tuning on the car, right? And then I open up the crown chakra so I can receive. And I ground down into the energy, grounding down into the sacral chakra. This is just the way I do it. You could ground down into the ground if you want, but I go to the sacral chakra to activate the bowl of creation, connection, nurturing, and hopefully channel in the right energies for you. We then create a circle of light and welcome in our spiritual teams. So as part of me being an ethical reader, where I ask for permission from not just you, but your spiritual team, and ask them to give the message that you need for your soul. So I'm not a love reader for all those that want to know about, are they going to be pregnant? Are they going to buy a house? Are they going to have the best job? Are they going to get a bank loan? I'm not your reader. I'm not your reader. I'm not here to stalk anyone. I'm not here to gaze into the future, because I think really you need to deal here now. But if you want to see what your soul needs to focus on at this time to bring you healing, to clear any blockages in your life, or just to give you a fresh perspective on where to look, then this is probably a good place. Other than that, there are some real genuine, look for them, use your discernment, real genuine tarot and oracle card readers out there that have amazing abilities. So yeah, just be mindful. So if you ask me questions about things that I don't want to answer, I will just simply won't answer them. Oh, thank you, Shane. I just saw that now. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Shane. Hello. Sorry. All right. So I do just want to add that I will be reading first because I'd missed her out last time. Tess, if you're still in here, just give me a thumbs up. I appreciate that. Okay, awesome. All right, yes. I'm drawn to your energy, though. That's awesome. Okay. I'm sorry, Janelle. I'm just going to quickly read Tess. I had promised her before because she had generously donated to my PayPal, and I didn't see it because I had turned my notifications off, and that allows her to get onto the list. And I went offline and saw it afterwards. So I'm just going to take 3 deep breaths and then I'm going to get into it. Okay. Breathing into my heart chakra. It's my crown chakra. Grounding down into the energy. You know, this is a good time if you want to just go into a state of relaxation. In a state of relaxation, all your defenses, energetic blockages, anything that may be causing you a little bit of distortion or confusing you, anything that seems like it's weighing you down in different areas, can simply just fall to the floor. It's almost like peeling away layers of energy that no longer need to be there. Any tension in your mind, in your jaw, in your shoulders, your arms and your fingers, your heart, your tummy and your hips and your thighs and your legs and your feet and your toes. Letting that simply fall to the floor. This is a good time to welcome in our spiritual teams. Allow us to receive messages from our higher self, from a higher perspective, and for our highest good, with clarity, love, compassion, and honesty. And in this moment, we thank them for all that they do for us each and every day. Because no matter what, they show up for us in the way that we need, in a way that is loving, in a way that is non-judgmental and compassionate to our pathway and purpose. Woo. I think I needed that. When you're ready to simply open your eyes. I could stay there forever in spirit, I'll be honest. I could stay there forever. So peaceful there. This is sort of like when you go into that dream state and everything that feels painful, everything that sort of feels confusing, it's almost like a daydream. It's just like over there. And you're just simply floating. It's a beautiful feeling. Alright, okay. Sorry about my frame. I don't know why it wants to do this to me today. Again. Alright. So thank you guys for all the ones that are still here. I'm going to read Tess. If she's still here. Is Tess still here? If she is. She might have just popped in and then popped out. Hi Arctic and Laura Rose. I'm off to church. Awesome. Hi Kathy. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Good to see you too. Good to see you, Kathy. Oh, that actually made me feel better. How are you doing? Alright, so I think Tess might have gone, but that's alright. I did see her jump in. Thank you, Evie. Appreciate that. Hi, Evie. Alright, here we go. Ooh. Alright, Janelle, you know that's you now. I have a new job, which is exciting. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm glad you got a good redirection. That's so cool. Yeah, sorry, my energy has just been oof. Alright, Janelle. So sorry about that. I thought I saw Tess come in, but if she comes back, I will put her in. So here we go. Okay, Janelle. We're going to get into that state. They keep saying Spirit is kind and gracious. Spirit is kind and gracious. Spirit has something they want to say to you. It goes like this. Okay, I like that. It's interesting because I want to say, Janelle, this is probably a very, very lucky month for you. It feels like they're giving you a space where they are creating a sense of prosperity. Now, I'm not too sure what you do, but they were just like, almost like they had a lotto ticket, and I'm not saying you got to win lotto. It's just the metaphor. They were almost always, what do I say to that? You got to be in it to win it. That's what I was like, shaking that lotto ticket. And it was like, you just never know, you got to be in it to win it. And it's sort of like playing your part and participating in things that would encourage prosperity in your life. And I don't say prosperity as in you're going to be completely rich, but I feel like it's a buffering. So Spirit can often show support, like how I showed you or told you about the umbrella, right? Because they were buffering me from the rain, from the storm that was happening here. And for you, maybe the buffering might be something of prosperity, but prosperity can translate to so much. It can be very broad. So I feel like for me, it just felt monetary in sense because it was just the way they said you got to be in to win it, and you go woohoo. So it feels like a celebration of some sort, but something that would make you smile. Something that is sort of like congratulatory, it feels like. You got to get that. It's like they're talking about paper, but for some odd reason, I don't know why, I want to not translate it to money. Or also, if you are wanting to sign any documents or anything like that, this is probably a better time to do it as well. Because Janelle, I want to say, you know what to do. You know where to go. And you know how to get what you need to get. It's weird because it's like I can see someone put their hand on their hip and go, didn't I teach you better than that? It's just almost like the universe is like, come on, we've been here before, you know what to do. Yeah, don't belittle yourself. They said, speak softly to yourself. Speak kindly. That leads you in the right direction to many things. I'm so sorry, my son is playing PlayStation. I can hear him celebrating something. So that's a good sign, isn't it? Yeah, they keep saying, you know better, you know better. It's like tapping into the wisdom that you have within and navigating through something. How do I know this? I don't know, but it just feels like there's something that's coming through, an energy moving through your life. Because the energy is weird, because usually I feel the energy coming like this, and so it does feel like a bit of a redirection as well. But for some odd reason, when I look at your energy, it goes across. It's going across. So there is definitely something that you're processing, or that is processing at this time. No longer in stasis. Progressing. Progressive. So it feels like, yeah, there's momentum going on in your life at this time, and in a way that will be a lot more lucrative, okay, than previous cycles. As long as you use your wisdom to navigate through. They just sang the tequila song. Na 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 tequila. Na na na. Feels like a celebration of some sort. Something to celebrate. I know you're probably talking, but I'm not looking at the comments because my eyes are closed. Or if you are, I might be missing something. but something to feel excited about anyway. They want you to feel excited about it. They want you to feel uplifted and knowing something's coming forward. They're not even asking for patience, because it's almost immediate. As soon as you get into that state, it immediately starts being progressive or progressing. So I would say have confidence at this time that whatever it is that you're trying to bring forward for you is pretty much right there. It's closer than you would believe it to be. But you've got to be in it to win it. Because I want to say this to you, Janelle. Sorry. This is something that I said a little bit earlier, but Spirit has taken out a part of me that has been a people pleaser, the people pleasing part, and sort of put in an assertiveness, a confidence to be me. And I feel like it's kind of the same for you, that they're putting in a confidence, they're replacing whatever it is you've let go of and replacing it with an almost an ultimate knowing that things are just yours, belongs to you, and there is no disconnection or separation from what is like what you want and what is yours. And it could manifest in many ways, in many aspects of your life at this time. I really like that. That feels like a bit of good luck coming your way, and you probably deserve it. Let's pull some cards. I'm going to pull a tarot card. What is this one called? I'll make sure I've got the book so that I can just... Priestess of the Light. And Animal Spirit cards, because they're really simple and deep. Alright, here we go. Whew. Lots going on. Oh! Yeah. Okay, I love that. Got the Temperance card, which for me is the fixed angel, or the a space of being balanced, and things like soothing out situations, smoothing the road. It is a space where you're kind of being looked after right now. Temperance is a really good card. It does warn a little bit about over celebrating. Yeah, see, oh my gosh. Yep. And we'll just see what else comes in. Well, okay, we'll just take them all because they're pretty small, short messages. But here you have Earth Magic. It says fearlessness, removing obstacles. I really like that. And it's horse. The horses are coming forward all the time. Okay, yeah, wild horses. Like I said, there's a very strong momentum for you to move forward into something. You know, horses are signs of movement, running, freedom. You know, it's sort of like a feeling of being able to catch up, or yeah, so it's a really good time for you. It's a really good time. I know you may be feeling things energetically, but when this energy takes a hold of you, you're gonna almost be like, oh wow, I didn't realize that was gonna happen that fast. And then you have Pig Spirit. Use your mind wisely. That's what I mean. Talk softly to yourself. Be loving and kind. And then you have Flamingo Spirit. Embrace the in between. So yeah, that's weird, isn't it? They said, you know, like bringing things together, embrace the in-between, the spaces in between, bringing them together. So you've got 2 26s here. Fearlessness, removing obstacles. And I like that because it just feels like Spirit's over here going, you know what, we sort of just might have helped you. And, well, you know, because you deserve it. So we put you on a pathway forward. We've taken out some kind of mechanism within you that might have been, or actually no, they didn't take it out. You gave it freely. Taking that out so that you can remove it with something a little bit more bold, and removing obstacles, smoothing the path towards whatever it is. But they're also saying here, you know, just use your mind wisely. And when you use your mind wisely, you can navigate through many obstacles with ease. And that's why it would be a time of prosperity for you. And you have embraced the in-between, bringing two different things together. You know, enjoying that time. Enjoying this time. Lots of pinks. So I feel like for me, pink can represent harmony, love. It can represent feeling a lot more open and happy. It can represent feeling good about things. But yeah, I really like this earth magic. Fearlessness, removing obstacles. Let's just look at the book, see what it says, eh? Because we can. Oh, this one is there. Number 26. 78. Here we go. The energy of the priestess of the horse brings movement and magic into your life. The horse, a creature of power, has long represented freedom. This card signals that the time is right for you to free yourself of the obstacles blocking your movement forward. You may have been hesitant or even afraid to face these obstacles before, but there is a greater courage growing within you now. Take a look at your life to determine what needs to be done. The obstacles may be external to you, perhaps a friendship, a place, or even a job or a task that brings negative energy to your life, or blocks may be more personal, taking the form of worry, self-criticism, or negative thought patterns. Unhealthy or self-sabotaging behaviors and habits could be blocking you as well. All these obstacles, whether inner or outer, may be part of your daily life, and as such may seem insurmountable. But it's time to be fearless. Choose to prioritize and honor yourself. This beautiful galloping steed represents your true power to break through, to remove old obstacles, and move forward on your soul's path. The grounding energy of the earth will always support you and bring real magic when you make the honoring choice. Affirmation is, I have the power to remove any inner or outer blocks. I am fearless in my choice to honor myself and my life. Yeah. I love that, actually. That's so cool. It kind of made sense of why I saw what I saw. But it is a time of great prosperity. Spirit has got your back. While you make these moves, while you make very strategical moves, and while in this time embracing everything that you have, bringing two things into one. Feels like union energy. Union energy can also represent bringing things together for the better of those around you and you yourself. So hopefully this made sense. I send you lots of love and good intentions. And I thank you very much. All right. Whew. Oh, some comments were filtered to protect the community's experience. Please don't be ratchet in the comments, okay? Be nice. Nailed it. Awesome, thank you. Chipto. Your Chipto? Sorry. Oh, you got your water? Alright. Got my water too. Need it. Alright. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. So if you haven't taken 3 deep breaths, or if you feel like you need to, just feel free to take those 3 deep breaths now. And then just go into a nice state of relaxation. I'm going to tap in, see what's going on. Oh, I got a song straight away. You know how I love this. It's interesting because I felt so heavy coming in, and you know I'm hearing in the vortex of, you know, in the energy. I just heard this very simple word. It may not be your religion, but it may be the way in which I perceive it. But they were just singing hallelujah. Yeah. I don't want to sing it. Hallelujah. And it feels like that another feeling of celebration as well. But I also want to say I feel like it's a space where you've overcome something as well. So you might actually have been quite heavy too, feeling it, feeling a little bit low, and it's almost like Spirit saying, yes, you're broken free from whatever chains have shackled you to something. Okay. You may have removed an attachment to something, or something you felt was a burden, or you were bound to. It felt like you were bound to it. Like you felt like your freedom was restricted in some sense. And it's almost like you were able to break the shackles. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's true. Break the was it? They just sang a song. Take the shackles off my feet so I can dance. Just wanna praise you. Just wanna praise you. So I'm getting a lot of that. Sort of like sort of going to church kind of vibe. Praising, lifting up, it's that kind of thing. Whatever church means to you. Lifting your spirits up, because I feel like it might have been quite a long period of heaviness for you. And it's almost like, it's okay, we've found the key and we gave it to you and you knew what to do. I feel like Spirit's saying that a lot, because it's sort of like getting to the point now where many of us are wise enough to know what to do for ourselves. And yes, it's always good to get messages and confirmation, but we also must know that a lot of the work, and all the work, will have to be done by us. And sort of like the universe says, well, we gave you that key, and for a while there you kind of looked at it and you were like, I don't know what this key does. But there was something about it that you never ever lost. You held on to it. And eventually it was almost like some time passed. You know how they go, what is it? 10 hours later. It was almost like some amount of time has passed, and then you almost like flipped up a key. And you were like, I know where this key belongs. And you removed it yourself. And that's why they were like, finally, hallelujah. Singing your praises. And, like celebrating your almost like release from something really burdensome. It might have been just a feeling of heaviness. It might have been a relationship, might have been a job, but it's something that finally, I can walk free again. I can do what I need to do. I can stay up all night if I want to. It's like that whole feeling of slight rebelliousness, like after being held within the confines of something for so long. And now you can live your life. It's pretty much what they just said. Now you can live your life. What holds you back now? And there's a pink rose. It's funny, I've been getting roses from Spirit a lot. It's almost like a form of symbolism for people that are going to enter a real loving chapter of their lives. And as we know, love is transformed into many different ways and aspects in our lives. Not just relationship. But we're in the season of love, Libra. So, might be a wise thing to do. And also, Venus goes out of retrograde in October as well. So this may be closer than you realise as well. It's interesting because they are referring to some planets are aligning within your natal chart. There's some kind of energetic shift anyway happening in your natal chart. It feels like the big stuff, the big planets, the ones that have more magnetic pull on us. Because, even though we're here on Earth in different places, Jupiter's pulling us all the same, and it's very active right now. And yeah, I feel actually really happy for you. So let's pull some cards and see what they got to say. I could always stay in that dream state, eh? So hard. Okay, that's pretty intense. Oh my gosh. You really were stuck for a long time. And I think a lot of it might have been fear. Oh, you got 2 cards, alright. Okay, alright. I'm just going to pull the rest of the cards and then I'll start talking. Any more spirit? I love it. Anyway, so you got the death card. Now, don't ever be afraid of the death card. This is a sudden change in many aspects. This is like letting go of the past as well. Letting go of the past, welcoming in something new by overcoming. I feel like with this particular card, it does represent that fear has held you back for many years, from probably a young age. And what I freaked out was when I said that you were kind of trapped and bound by something, because as I flipped the deck over, I saw the bottom card and we got the devil. And the devil can often represent that feeling trapped or something that you couldn't quite escape from. But with death, the end of that, complete end to that, like death is a sign of saying that something is ending quite abruptly, and it might have been really painful, but now the new beginning comes in, you know, something new. And you got building your world with creation, expansion, and networking, with the priestess of the light, and balance, stability, standing firm. Now this card was in challenge, so things might have been really out of balance for you. It is the number 33. It's interesting that I always get this card, a card that always has this number lately. So a lot of us are overcoming a lot of life lessons. And see, stuck in that, see how she's in the tree. Ancestral patterns and probably healing alongside that, breaking intergenerational trauma and making things right again. It's, you know, it's like here, how she's got her hands like this across, like that, and then in balance, her hands are open and receiving. So there was a lot that you kept out of your heart. You want to let people in after a while. I feel like with you having to heal and learn a lot of life lessons, or learning a lot about yourself, I think you really shut down for a while there. You know, when it came to like letting people into your heart, because you had to heal it, and you knew you had to heal it. And it's sort of like once you overcame this kind of death cycle that you were in, yeah, they just said, yeah, like a death rattle. You know, it's almost like the ending or downfall to some kind of structure in your life. When that ended, it almost made things right again. It's a weird way to say that. But with balance, stability, standing firm, I feel like that was the hardest part, was to bring balance in. I'm going to read the Building Your World card, number 33. 33 is the card, the number for me, of the Teacher Awakens, or Beginner's Mind, which means that you've overcome something and mastered it. So here we have Building Your World. A priestess of the bees sits peacefully in the hollow of a tree, gathering the energy of the bees that fly around her and rest on her fingertips and third eye. She is surrounded by the honeycomb, and though her vision is turned inwards, her thoughts are focused on outer plans taking shape. The bee is one of nature's most industrious creatures, and this card foretells a time of great productivity, sorry about that, and expansion for you. Don't know why that went really loud. It says, if you've been thinking about growing your own business or creating an entirely new one, focus on those intentions now. Your dreams may also include composing music, writing, teaching, painting, cooking or baking, which are all projects that build on ideas and produce nectar for the body, mind and soul. They do require repeated attention and action, so take time to create a plan, set some goals, and bring both the creative and technical elements together. The bee is also a symbol of fertility, so the expansion foretold here may relate to family matters, a child or children on the way, new in-laws through marriage, or even reconnecting with distant friends or relatives are all ways that you may be expanding your personal network. On a practical level, this card could also indicate a career in architecture, design or construction. It could also signify connections with people who do such work. You may be even building a new house or expanding your present one. The bees join together to assemble their hive, construct and provide for their community, increasing value for all. Now is the perfect time for you to build the world you desire. So make your plans and set to work. And your affirmation is, I have the power to create my world and prioritize the projects that I desire. As I continue to take action, my joy and fulfillment expand. Woo! And you got number 23, Eagle Spirit. Spirit has your back. So you're really supported right now. And the thing with the eagle is vision. Higher vision, higher perspective of your life. And very focused and very goal orientated. You know, it's sort of like, instead of being hunted, be the hunter, not the hunted, was a card that I just saw in the front of my mind. So it could be just like you sort of switching up. It's the same thing, isn't it? Whatever it is that held you back, Spirit's taken it away and thus put something new in there to make you more assertive in your life path forward. And yes, you may be seeking messages right now, but I feel like this kind of energy is probably just confirmation to what it is that you may be just feeling or experiencing right now. So I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions. I hope it makes sense to you and helps you now and in the future. So thank you. I've been seeing so many numbers lately. That's a synchronicity, and it's usually a good sign to say that you are on the right path. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. I love seeing numbers like that. I actually, prior to coming in, was seeing numbers as well. You know, 222, 333, 444, 555. It was 555. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to do the live. But I was eating my dinner. And it's like, oh my gosh, I've got to hurry up. And that's why I was a little bit late. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Spirit has your back. It was so nice. I like that when I saw that. Yeah. So I just want to say just a little bit more as it sort of just popped into my mind. I want to say you're not cursed. A lot of people think that I don't like, but then again, I know what it's like because I used to think that too. Yeah, bad things would happen to me all the time, and I felt like it just followed me around like a bad smell. And I realized sometimes it's because, you know, we're vigilant. We don't know how to relax. So the downside to being vigilant all the time is that we can often see things that aren't really there, or things are getting us, or things are coming for us, and we can have that mentality for far too long, and it doesn't serve us in the end. At points in your spiritual journey, you have to learn to relax the need to control and the need to know. So I send it to you with lots of love. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, Paper Grey. Kathy? Whew. Oops. Hope I didn't say the wrong thing. It just popped in as I was shuffling these cards. Alright. Hello, Elu. Thank you, you too. Kayla? Hi there, Nasha. I am actually asking my mod to take names because I keep my eyes closed and I end up missing the people that are genuinely connecting with the conversations. And oh, you read my mind. Oh, well, awesome. just felt that, eh? It was just like, because I kept flashing the devil card and the death card, to me, and so for me it's like I know that because I know how that feels, and so that's why I will say to you, you're not cursed, because Spirit has your back. They actually love you. They love you, and it's sort of like in a way that your family, you know, and that's a cool thing I've started to realize about the universe. And I always refer to the universe as sort of like spirit universe, or this beautiful energy that kind of just is everywhere. And it's sort of like they love us, and it's something I learned about, like was it as above so below, is that above and below are actually one. They're not separate. And so the universe doesn't look at us like it's this all-knowing thing. It looks at us because it's almost like we're family. And so of course, you know, good family. They want you to grow and be successful. It's almost like I would refer to the universe as being a mother-like energy that is so loving and nurturing. And because we've shifted out of our natural state of being love and being compassionate in the world, we've forgotten this connection, but it hasn't forgotten us. And it's in those times that you're really heavy and dark that the universe is like right there saying, you've got to make it through. It's only because sometimes we listen to the voice that is heard that says we're not. And as I've learned in learning to care about myself and love myself, is that I listen to the voice that says that I can. And not in a stupid way. I use discernment. I don't say I can jump off that cliff and survive. No, but I listen to the voice that says I can, and I make sure it's right for me before I take action. And so that's why I always recommend using your discernment and your wisdom, know your truth, and then use that discernment to help you, guide you, and navigate you forward. Okay, Kaylee? Oh, sorry about that, Liz. Oh, thank you, Tribe Leader. Appreciate that. Blessings to you too. Kaylee, just give me a thumbs up. Oh, awesome. I see you. All right, so if you haven't already, please take 3 deep breaths, slowly and deeply, and then just sort of go into a state of relaxation. This is just simply letting all the tension in your body leave you. And I say this all the time because when you go into a state of relaxation, all your defenses or the energies that block you, any distortion, by allowing that to leave you, opens you up and you become more receptive, and almost like it's just clearer Wi-Fi, stronger Wi-Fi connection. Okay? And I do the same too. Kelly will see what comes in. Kaylee, I got the Blame It on the Rain song. Feel like you've been a little bit down and out and in the feels. I sympathise with you in that space because I've been feeling that too. It is actually, I'm not saying it's a natural state. I don't think it's something that we're comfortable with. But as the frequency rises up, it feels more denser in the body. So there's been really high vibrational energy, or just very energetic energy. And so you may have been quite sensitive to that too, and feeling a little bit low and down and out and emotional. They just said your heart is turning on and probably bringing up things from the past, which would be natural. Talking about you having wounding as well. They've asked me to show you compassion, understanding, and to allow you to know you can trust yourself to make good decisions and to please be loving to yourself. Sorry. They just said something interesting because it's humour. It feels like humour, like how I would perceive as Kiwi humour. They just said, stop being an egg. Stop being an egg. Because I feel like The reason why I want to say that is because I feel like they're aware of your sensitivity, but they also are aware that you're thinking some really heavy or down and out thoughts and they don't like it. So they're saying stop being an egg. It's more like a warning, not so much. I just got a growling. Says, you know, we ask you to be compassionate, but I have to give you the way in which it comes to me. So it feels like there's definitely some type of mothering going on beside you. Someone that's trying, you have someone very protective by spirit, with spirit, as we do, like they are close right now. So I felt my grandparents step in earlier today because I was crying. I heard this song on TikTok, and I've just been crying a lot today, or actually over the weekend, but I don't mind it because I know it's releasing, right? I heard the song, and the song was like building a house. Oh, I wish I could play it, but I can't even remember the creator's name. It was like a folk song, and they had harmonies. It was daughters and mum and dad, and she was singing about building a house, and she said she had to break everything down. She had to break down everything in that house that she was building because what she wanted to put in there was just too much. So she had to create something new. And that's how it feels for you. It's sort of like you're breaking down, you know, the house that you may be stuck in, and expanding it, because there's a part of you that needs to open and expand, because that's what life is. It's sort of like just open up and feel the stuff that you're feeling right now. But don't go dark side about it. Understand its value. Understand what happens to you. Understand what it means. And learn and know and apply it. Because when you learn this faster and easier at the beginning, you can use that understanding to carry you through the full heaviness of your healing. And let's say, singing that song, blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah. It's Milli Vanilli. If you're not old enough to know who Milli Vanilli is, it's Blame It on the Rain, Milli Vanilli. But that's usually a song that's a little bit down and out for me. But rain, and one thing I always say, if you've been here long enough, every season has a reason. Rain comes for a reason, and sometimes for many it comes so heavily, internally and externally, and sometimes there's a reason because something needs to be cleared and or purified, or cleansed in your life. Within your heart, they're referring to the heart space. And they're very understanding to your situation. Yeah, but only you can make it better. It is a choice. Something that I always say, that healing is a choice and not always easy for everybody. Oh my gosh, I'm going to put the charger in, guys. Woo! If it drops out, I'll be back. I always forget. I know we got this. It's not going to drop out. Okay. Good. Alright. Just opened my eyes and said 3%. That's 1%. Oh no. My bad. That was my bad, people. So if it does suddenly turn off, I do apologize, and I'll be back. Okay. Let's pull some cards. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, you've been learning a lot about yourself. They just yelled that a song, which I always hear. I don't know, it sounds like people jumping everywhere in there. That I always hear when someone's going to be illuminated, which is Diamond and Pearls by Bruce Lee, by Prince. And it is a song that I've been getting a lot lately, which I really love, which means that people are awakening to their own light. Yeah, there you go. So I'm just going to pull your cards and then read them. gosh. Dropped it. Lyrical, you guys are being noisy in there. Can hear you. Sorry, just telling him. Oh, yeah. Oh, look. Okay, I really love your cards. It kind of shows what I see, but I love it for you. I don't know you, but I love it for you because I feel like this is a really good time in which you may be at your lowest points, but if you understand, you are more supported now than ever. Here we go. And there's a Wheel of Fortune. So I really love this. Technically, it is about good luck coming in. For me, I got it as a change of the guard. So I feel like things are really going to change. It's almost like it's more fortunate, it's more good luck for you, but I feel like it's completely not so much in what I want to say money, but it's like the next, yeah, it's like a new era or a new, it's like a new era for you. Oh yeah, that's right, yeah. It's like an end of a karmic cycle. Thank you. They said at first I heard the change of the guard, which means that something else is really stepping in and being a lot more protective because it's the time that you need it. But definitely, probably a little bit more intricate as a situation, or a little bit more complex than just saying a change of the guard. But definitely a fresher feeling of support. Why do they keep showing me that? You know, I talked about before the house. It feels like they keep showing me the doors of a castle. Some really big doors, and there's like literally guards or soldiers standing at the front. And what it kind of takes me to is like Fiona. You know how Fiona had to go and live in the tower because she was a little bit different with Shrek's Fiona. And because she had something and it was seen as a curse. But what if it's not a curse? Or well, it was seen as a curse, but because she was actually, carrying something, a spell. But what if that spell was broken? Because it feels like, okay, I have to describe this really quick, but it feels like a moment of opportunity with the change of the guard. You know how sometimes when people are breaking people out, there's like the guards change. They change the guard at like 6 o'clock, so we can get in there. We've got 3 minutes before they come back on. It's almost like that. You're not a second, 7 seconds away. Just as long as you stay, I'll be waiting. So it's definitely a matter of timing, I think, for you. And then you got sensuality, feminine wisdom, and passion. I was going to say compassion. You see that? Boom, boom, boom. This is how I feel like you definitely have some kind of guardian right there, and one that's very, very aware of you. This is an energy of protection. This is also an energy of rising of your own inner magic. And what I mean by that is not so much like you're going to be super spiritual and psychic. Some people have those goals. But this may be just an understanding of who you are deep down inside, and understanding with that tiger, you've earned your stripes to rise again. Sensuality is a lot more about using the connection of nurturing. The feminine way is a softer way. It's a gentler way. It's a more loving way. And it's sort of like applying that more into your life. And passion, being fired up to do the things that you need to do. Focus and determination with the tiger. But definitely a space of, I'm going to say definitely a spiritual space for you that's available. But your spirit guides, your ancestors, your guardians, whatever it is that you feel is with you, or whoever it is, they're with you. And I want to confirm that for you now. because here you have groundhog spirit, time to let go. Now, what I found really, really cute is because of what the groundhog is holding, and that's that little heart there. 31 breaking down to a 4. 4 is about stability. And I feel like that's why it's in the heart space. That's why they're coming closer. And that's why it's about divine timing or a time of opportunity. But also the end of one cycle and moving into a new cycle. So in this time, the change of the guard, in this time, you can actually let go of something. So you can go about really being who you really are, which is a very loving person, instead of having to hold back from it. But love, it's not always about romantic love. Sometimes it's about self-love or sharing love, or just learning to share love properly, or just being loved properly. But let's read sensuality, since I've been reading everybody else's. Number 38 says feminine wisdom and compassion. A majestic tiger gazes to the right into your future, alert to new adventures and passions about to awaken in your life. His thick coat and sinewy muscles relay a classic expression of sensuality and movement. This energy is present for you too. It's time to open up to the more sensuous side of life, to touch, taste, see, and hear with a heightened appreciation and awareness. The tiger is calling you to slow down and really experience the joys of the senses. Savor every moment of a beautiful scene, a sweet taste, or a tender touch that sparks soul appreciation. The resulting energetic movement or momentum brings you in alignment with the beauty and bliss of the universe. In addition, a more passionate sensuality may be on the rise. Don't dismiss the potential for shared excitement and increased sexuality. Now, sexuality is potent, by the way. It is a very strong energy. And most people that are very spiritual or very sensitive have a lot of sexual energy. Just saying, side note. The tiger totem also brings messages of feminine wisdom and devotion. For tigresses are devoted mothers. This may foretell a period of dedicating more time to your family, or even a new devotion to the needs of your own sweet inner child. Listen to your intuition in all these matters, and wisdom is alive in you and ready to advise. Don't be fooled, however, by the rise of the feminine, whose gentle nature is matched often by the great power at this time. Tigers often hunt at night, so you may experience an increase in evening activities, both social and professional. You may also be feeling more adventurous and more willing to take risks, and in fact, you may now find yourself becoming more passionate about many things. Enjoy your newfound zest for life. Affirmation: I open to the joyous experiences that all my senses bring. New adventures bring me a greater passion for life. I love that, actually. I really love that. This is kind of like something that I got earlier, which is love your life while you still got life to live, because many of us aren't living, we're just existing. And yeah, existing is good, but in the same respect, it's not just existing, different for spiritual terms, but it's sort of like in learning to live and loving that experience, loving each day, things might actually become beautiful to you. But definitely there has to be a willingness to let go of the way that you think and feel about what love really truly is for you as a person. So I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions. I hope this helps you now and in the future. So thank you very much, Kaylee. Kayla. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, awesome. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah. Which one? This one? This one? Yeah, I love the Goddess of the Light. Like, it was weird because I've got like a million different decks. And I'm going to be doing a giveaway probably in about 2 weeks' time. So I'm just organising. I have lots of decks that I have that I don't use, that I've barely touched. I'm going to be giving some more away along with some crystals. And so make sure you're liking, sharing, and part of my community. And you'll see that go up. So I'm just putting that out there now. And it was weird because I had these ones just packed away, and I forgot about these ones. And so when I shuffled through the decks, because I randomly put some on my desk, and I thought, oh, I just feel the ones that want to come forward, and it was this one, because usually I would use this one, the Queen of the Moon Oracle, which are astrology cards, but it was the Priestess of the Light that drew my hand. So I'll do what I'm told sometimes. All right, thank you. Okay, sorry. Good morning. I don't know why it's going sideways. Yeah, it's a pretty card. Actually, the whole deck's like that. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's good to listen to them. So, oh, okay. Sorry, I just have to see who's next. Oh, water. Please have water after getting a reading. It just restores anything that you may have lost, because sometimes, like for me, like with Kayla's energy, I channel. So channel is when I hear the words and I speak them. It comes in differently. Sometimes I just know and speak. Sometimes I hear a song and speak about it, or sometimes I get told what to say, and so I just pass it forward. Oh, Ro, okay. All right, Ro. So if you haven't already, feel free to take 3 deep breaths and then just go into a state of relaxation. I think you know the drill, but we can always do it. Create that good Wi-Fi. And I'll do the same. I just got, must be talking to an angel, must be talking to an angel, must be talking to an angel. That's interesting. That just came in randomly too, and I freaking love that song. So I'm going to say this a lot, and I really love that they did that. They just flashed a card in the front of my mind, and hopefully if I can see the deck. Is it close? Is it close? I need to show you what they showed me. Oh, there it is. Look, I pulled it. I literally parted the deck. They showed me this card, which was protection. So I feel like that song came in to let you know you were protected too. So I feel like they're really, really close. I feel like the veil's been so thin lately. And even though we've been feeling a lot of heaviness in our bodies, Spirit has almost literally been right up next to us. And sorry, I just said show that card again. Spirit has been right up next to us and just simply just holding space for us. Holding space for us, making sure we're safe, because I know there's a change that's happening, because we're moving into a state where we're starting to really care about ourselves, and in doing that, really shifting the balance in our lives. Yeah. Definitely change on the rise for you, right? Just want to sing that song for you. But my didn't warm up my throat chakra as much. Sure, maybe I got to breathe into my throat chakra today. But it's a time of great change for you. It's like new beginnings and new pathways, new neurological connections as well. So for me, that is like an understanding or realization on a very, very higher scale than your normal thought pattern. And I said, why? And they said, because she's ready to change. Say something about you staying in one place for too long. And it was inevitable for the change to find you. Because, yeah, what belongs to you will always find you. And sometimes we're kind of scared of change. We're kind of afraid that it will leave us without, but that's a negative thought pattern sometimes. Sometimes we have to understand that change can often be something beautiful and less painful. But there are sometimes tricky transitions in moving forward. And that's why many of us are learning to speak from the heart. Because then there's true translation. They just said, be at peace. Be at peace with the change. And don't resist it. It's inevitable. And it's funny because the front of my forehead is activating. So definitely something that you'll have to come to the realization of. Activating more healthier thought systems for you on a daily basis. Every day. They're talking about using positive affirmations. Every day. Pick one. Say it every day. Okay. They are indicating a bit of a burden you've been carrying, or one side is carrying more than the other. So if there's other people in this situation, you have been carrying far too much of that weight on your own. Spirit is here to help you. So they have to create change so that it doesn't burden you much longer. Oh, someone's been crying. It's almost like relief. Crying from relief. I don't know why I want to say that. Because I felt like I just saw someone fall to the floor and just like start crying and weeping. So I think sometimes things have been so heavy that when you would finish your day, it would be somewhat overwhelming at times. I feel like I want to say the way they brought it in, it's almost like this. Like the head, fingers were going around the face. They said this. Even the small things count. And they've seen all of it. They want you to know that. They've seen all of it. I'm not too sure what that means. They literally just put light in my hand. I love that. Like a little marble of light. Hope. Give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, give me hope, Joanna, for the morning come. You didn't lose your marble. Still there. I really love what they were saying to you. Because I feel like I love that Spirit is acknowledging support. Like, more so. It's almost like I want to say, look around you. I bet you they've left you all sorts of signs that they're with you, that they love you, that they care about you, that they see you, that they hear your prayers, that they hear your dreams and see your dreams too. Not like spying, but just as it goes into the ether. And they've come to ease it for you, at least energetically or spiritually. But like I said, hard work, that hard work depends on us, eh? Alright, see what the cards have to say. They just showed me the Lovers card in reverse, so... Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, okay. They did come out and challenge, so there definitely has been challenges when it comes to listening to your intuition. I feel like you've kept a lot inside, and then you got here. It's okay. So you got the High Priestess, she did come out in reverse, and you got the Temperance card in reverse, two major arcanas, which is really good arcanas, because usually with the High Priestess, it is understanding or connecting to your divinity. It is about higher intuitive knowledge, things like that. It has many meanings, or having in reverse can mean that you've been holding a lot inside, keeping your secrets. Sometimes we keep secrets because I feel like sometimes if we release what we've really thought about things and felt about things, that it would be detrimental to everyone. And so there's a part of us that thinks, oh, it's easier if I just keep this to myself. In that kind of way, I'm not saying like dirty secrets or scandalous. It's more just like, I'm feeling heavy, I'm just keeping that to myself. And then you've got the Temperance card in reverse and challenge. So it has been a challenging time to either reverse some side effect or circumstance that has been really pulling you down lately. So you might have been just a little bit numbing out, or what I'm feeling is like, what I mean by that is just sort of like, oh, how sometimes when we can't sleep and we're in a little bit of pain, we'll just like take ibuprofen, unless I'm the only one that does that. When I get a sore back and I'm achy, I'll take a couple of ibuprofen and I always have a great sleep. And so I feel like it's kind of like, oh, just, disconnect and sort of numb out a little bit. Oh my God. Sorry, I don't know why I said it that way, but when these cards sort of bring in things that I see, it freaks me out. with joy, of course, with joy and excitement. So don't mind my facials when I did that. Oh, I didn't mean to do it like that. I thought, oh geez, I gotta pull out these other cards. Yeah, okay. So I just want to acknowledge this one first. 28 breaks down to a 10. This is Frog Spirit, clear up the clutter. So it has been a lot of emotional stuff going on, because, the frog over here holding that teardrop or raindrop there in its hands. That's the marble, isn't it? They just said, yeah, no, the marble. I freak myself out sometimes. Jeez, sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at synchronicities. All right, and then we have sacred purpose. It says eternal flame, ancestral legacy. So I'm just going to show you what they showed. Well, I kind of saw them put a light in my hand, and it's weird because she's standing there. She's got a light in her hand. It just was like, oh my gosh, very similar to what I saw, because even though it was an orb or a marble, it was glowing. And I was just like, oh, when I saw that, it kind of freaked me out. 43 breaks down to a 7. 7's from heaven, but also can indicate some type of struggle, especially alongside this frog spirit. But I feel like, I want to say with the High Priestess and the Temperance, nobody ever truly understands healing until they heal something. And so if you required a change in your life, they would require change in your energy, your thought patterns, or the way you move about and think in your world. And so that's why they put that seed in there, like the seed of hope, a light in the dark, a light in the heaviness of your heart, and a light that blocks a heaviness that blocks any light or prosperity from coming in. Because, I have a really strong affection for frogs. Because I always remind me of Kermit the Frog. I'm sorry. I love Kermit the Frog, and I love the Rainbow Connection. And so when I see a frog, I think, that's about abundance. It's about understanding the beauty in our lives and connecting more, and sometimes to really find out our purpose and our power and our potential, we have to clear out the clutter and heal some really deep shit. And I feel like that's what you've been doing. You've been struggling through it because that's the value, the struggle. And I heard that song today, which was Alanis Morissette, and she says, thank you, India, thank you, Tara. Oh, again. Thank you, India, thank you, Tara, thank you. Consequence, sorry, thank you. Anyway, she's thanking all these negative things, and I'm thinking, that's kind of trippy because it's sort of like the negativity. And then she goes, anyway, the moment I let go of it, the moment I got more than I could handle, the moment I jumped off of it, was the moment I touched down. And it was like, that's some really deep shite that really is going on for people, and that deep and clear realization in the middle of negativity, in the middle of pain, in the middle of trauma and suffering, this little light starts glowing and shining and just turns on, and it's almost like Spirit had to remind you that you had light, and it was still with you, and it wasn't gone, that you'd never lost your marble, that you still had it inside of you, and it's still there for you whenever you need it. But we will read Sacred Purpose. And I'm not saying it's easy, because it isn't. There's a lot of water here. Water, water, water. And the only thing that's earth is the sacred purpose. So, it's, though Temperance can be a fire card, it is, it is of a water nature as well. So you've really been going through it. I'm not going to joke about that. The struggle hasn't been easy. But here we have Eternal Flame, Ancestral Legacy, Sacred Purpose. The priestess of the holy fire is bringing you an important message about your sacred purpose. She holds the spark of the eternal flame in her hand, bearing witness to the light of antiquity that lives in each of us. This eternal flame represents your soul presence through time, but it's not limited to your own experience. It extends throughout your personal lineage, going back to your ancient ancestors and moving forward to the descendants yet to come. So as your ancestors are calling you home, their energy pulses through your veins in your DNA, and their histories vibrate in the long heritage that has come together to create the person you are at this moment. This is your cultural, spiritual, and familial past, reminding you that it's important to honor your ancestors and to consider the value they have brought to your life. Also, be conscious of the energy you are perpetuating in the cultural, spiritual, and familial legacy you are leaving behind. Your sacred purpose calls you to honor the holy fire of your own soul. I feel emotional saying that, sorry. Ancient priestesses would tend the sacred flame, thereby keeping balance among the elemental kingdoms of earth, fire, and air and water. In fact, you may have had important past lives in such societies, perhaps even a priest or priestess. Boom, boom. High priestess right there. With this high intention, know that the purpose of balancing the energy in your life and in the world still resonates within you. It is up to you to hold all that is sacred as your charge and your responsibility. The ancestors are calling you to restore balance to Mother Earth once again. Affirmation. I honor the eternal flame within. I value my ancestral heritage, and I perpetuate the sacred energy for those yet to come. You're a guiding light, and you probably didn't always know that. And when you become aware of this, this is where you learn to heal yourself, and in doing that, healing everyone around you. It's a really important message. And I was feeling that too. And you got it's important as we each heal the things that we know are broken in our lives, we can then understand that as we tell people, you know, like share our stories with the world, or just intimately with the people you care about, it heals them too. And it also shows them a way through, because you've been through a lot and you really, really have to appreciate what you're coming into. I think it's quite a large responsibility, but you have all the right tools within you to achieve whatever goal it is that you do have in mind. Not all of us know our sacred purpose. It kind of just falls into place in front of us. But first we have to take that first step and start walking that path. I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions. I hope this helps you now and in the future. Thank you very much. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you, Ro, for acknowledging that. When I saw that card, it gave me a thing, because it was almost like I saw that light in her hand. And then the frog was holding like this little, it was just like little, you know, that little marble is how I saw it. It's just so awesome that it kind of comes out in that respect, because you deserve that reading. It's beautiful. So much like your soul, you know. If we could see each other's souls, we'd realize that we're all pretty fucking beautiful. Sorry I said that way, but that's how it feels. You know, we were like, wow, we're not the skin that we live in, we're actually the energy that creates the being inside. So it was really nice. Thank you. Oh, Annie is up next. All right, I'm going to have a water. So thank you. Still got my bubbles. You know what I always say? I probably sound crazy, so, you know, because sometimes it just feels like, you know, it makes so much sense, but when you sort of watch back what you say, you're like, oh man, that sounds crazy. But I always think, oh well, if you get it, you get it. That's awesome. If you don't, oh well, obviously it wasn't for you. I sort of don't bring judgment to what I sort of speak about now, because I'm just sharing my heart and soul without holding back. And yeah, I'm a deep emotional being, and so too you will see that in all my videos. And then there's the flip side, where I'm completely the other way, when I can be really dorky and funny and do some funny crazy stuff, I guess. Hopefully I'm funny. Sometimes I feel like I laugh at my own jokes, because I think it is. Oh, okay, awesome. I have load shedding. Okay. No, thank you, Aisha. I'll make Elaine. I'm going to make you a mod. Is that okay? Are you able to give me a thumbs up? I just think it's easier, like, because my eyes are usually closed while I'm looking at the cards, and I'm missing the people that really deserve a reading. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm just going to do it right now. Awesome. Thank you, Aisha. I appreciate you a lot for doing that. I know it's not always easy too. So thank you, Elaine. Appreciate that. Okay, Annie, if you're here, thank you guys. You're so kind. I appreciate all your support. Thank you for the likes, shares, comments. I appreciate that as well. All right. Okay, Annie. So Annie, if you'd like to take. Thank you, Aisha. You have a good rest of your day. Okay. So Annie, if you'd like to take 3 deep breaths, or if you already have, just go into a state of relaxation. So as you all know, I'm a soul reader, so what I'm reading is your soul and what it wants to say, and all your spiritual teams that come forward. Well, actually, they're my spiritual teams. Who I'm talking to is I'm just going to clarify this real quick, is my spiritual teams translating what they're receiving. So it's like using connections and networking and creating that message for you, because I can't talk to your spirit guides in a sense. but they're allowing messages to come through so that I can, because they're all working together, if you can understand, but they, you know, it's sort of like the way I believe it in the ethical space is that they connect to each other and then create the message for me to know. So I'm not like, unless a spirit comes in, like, you know, a loved one, if they pop in, that'll talk to me as well. So there can be different factions going on, but they'll all convey the same energy and feeling. But usually we get loved ones come in for support or for just a quick little message of encouragement. I've never had a super angry loved one come in. I've always had them come in and share love with the people that they're standing there for, and most of them are just usually there as support, for you, supporting your message, for your soul, for your purpose. And so that's just how I'd like to clarify how I see it. Everyone has their own way, and that's completely fine. Yeah, you're free to feel good, Annie. I feel like it's a choice. You know, like I say that quite seriously yet compassionately, is that we can choose to feel negative or we can choose to feel positive. And in situations that are really heavy and hard, it's quite easy to fall into a negative situation and then start processing negative thoughts, because that would be natural for some of us, because we weren't taught the tools to change direction. Okay, so I want to say that a lot of the times when we hear those inner thoughts, and okay, I want to bring them, for some odd reason they're really bringing definition here. So they want you to understand that when and or if you feel or see a vision, right, that you have to be mindful that it's not the mind fighting against what is truly coming in for you. So there has to be some strong discernment, because if there are spaces that are not yet healed, and this is what I talk about a lot, about like sort of messages through people that still have like heaviness on their heart, or a negative space around their heart. As a heart-centered being, I feel that someone has that, they often will filter that through the messages. So it's being mindful also that when we hear things for ourselves, that we're not listening to the voice that creates doom and gloom, because spirit will never close off. It's more like they will create an idea, thought, or inspiration that opens things up, that opens the heart, that opens the mind, and creates an expansion of thought. Now, the negative way of thinking, or the trauma filter, will close things down and try to make things scary so that it feels like it's more of a suppressing kind of energy. So you have to be mindful to really, what I want to say there, be mindful on what it is that you're consuming out there in the world and around you. Listen to teachings that are pure to your heart and true for you. And some messages you may receive from others. So I just feel like I want to say that, to be mindful that they're not getting filtered through negativity. Take it as it is, but it may not always be completely truthful to you as a person. I said, does that make sense? And they said, she'll get it. They're fairly confident you're going to get that, and understand that for yourself. But there's a very strong definition they wanted to create there. For me, I would say just creating a little bit more boundaries with things, and not to completely let it all in. Just while you're in this healing stage, your sensitivity, it could be very overwhelming. It's best to take on only that which you can handle at this time. But once you get centered and your heart is in the right place, which it is, will just align to the right spaces, it'll be so much more easier for you to understand things with clarity. It's funny because I am getting a lot of purple in your energies, so you do have definitely strong abilities. They're a little bit underdeveloped, but that's built with confidence and through time, so it doesn't happen overnight. And I usually don't really like to say like gifts, so if you've been with me a lot, I've started to change my philosophy of saying that they're gifts. They're actually not gifts, because it feels like, you know, when you say the word gift, that it is something you were given, but it is not the case. In fact, it is something that you've always had, that you are opening. So it's different, you know, it's different from being gifted it. It's sort of just unpacking it. And it's like unpack one box at a time. That way when the teachings really come forward for you, it's easier to integrate the message. Channeling, right? And it's funny because all the energy is rushing to the space. It's like that, like pulsation. So I would say channeling is probably a yes. So you can imagine, I can see movement of energy, right? And so it can often be like a pendulum. You know how sometimes you see the pendulum, show me a yes, and it'll go in a circle, and or show me no, and it'll rock backwards and forwards. So too does the energy. Shows me in different ways, to different questions that I'll ask in the front of my mind, and it'll move in a certain way. So I would say that's a really strong indication. I just want to say, you know, you're well on your way. That's what they said. Very short and sweet. You know, so it's weird because I want to say, I think your spiritual team, or if the way it's coming across, was like a dude. Like it's like you know, it's sort of like when you can sort of tell the difference between the feminine and the masculine energies, because the feminines are a little bit more poetic and they're bringing in a little bit more detail, and then when you have sort of like the masculine energy, it's like, you know, yep, you got it, you know, encouragement, but it's very short and sweet. Which I love too, because, you know, it's very concise, not really a roundabout way of going, just like boom, you're well on your way, you know, they're supporting you. So I feel like that's, they're literally showing me, I don't know if it's a lake. Yeah, I like that. Oh, I like that. Yeah. So, okay. About last year, I used to describe my intuition as being like a lake. I'll try and repost that. It's like way down. And I used to tap into it by looking into the water. So it's almost like creating a stillness in the waters of your mind, so that you can start seeing clearly. So there is this indication, and I'm sorry this is a little bit longer, there is an indication of ripples, or like, you know, like a rippling effect going on in your intuition, or in your emotional waters. And intuition and emotion can be very attached, and so it's almost like they're asking you to just settle things down so that the waters become clear again, because that does give an indication of some type of blockage. Yeah. Do feel a little bit of heaviness deep in there, so I would say be a little bit more softer there, because it was weird, because it was almost like I feel like there's a little bit of negative talk that goes on from time to time, doubt, and a little bit of rage in there. It would make sense. There's a part of you that still feels trapped. I feel like it's a little bit of shadow, but that's technically sort of like a space in which you'll progress through. Like, you know, you got this. You got this. 2 thumbs up. So I'm acknowledging it, but I'm not afraid of it for you, because I feel like that's, yeah, you just have to release the mind a little bit more. Because I know everybody, I always say this, everybody wants to activate the third eye, they want the third eye to open. But in fact, it is the heart that opens first, that allows for clarity. The heart has to open first. Not everybody awakens that way. Some people, their third eye opens and then they just get all these messages rush in, and sometimes when we're not healed, they will rush in through a negative filter. So that's why they say purify it with the heart, and so too the thought process is clearer and easier. But first, calm the waters of your mind, you know, your emotional waters, emotional intelligence. And just be a little bit more loving to yourself inside. All right. So I usually just speak until the message leaves me. So I hope that part made sense. Let's pull some cards. Yeah. See. All right. See what's going on. I'll just pull all the cards so I can see what's going on. Yeah, definitely October is an important time for you. Number 2. Sometimes you can hear the cards, they talk. Oh, I love that. You can hear the cards talk. So what I mean by that is that you'll hear them make a noise. So something that I shared actually in one of my in one of the classes I had for teaching people how to be an ethical reader, was that when you shuffle, sometimes you can hear them, they flick. It's like a flicking. Sometimes they won't fly out, sometimes they do. But if they make that like that kind of noise, like where it kind of jars, it's usually the card that wants to come out. It's interesting because you got 11. And you've got number 11 here with justice. So definitely signs and synchronicities going on in your life. Definitely something interesting. Justice card came forward for you. It is a Libra card, which may call for balance or truth or something being said truthfully at this time. I also want to say to this that it is always an indication when the Justice card comes forward that there may have been some type of injustice. There may also be the signing of contracts or something to do with career or just legal proceedings at this time. And I want to say with the Justice card coming forward, I think you can relax because it usually is a sign that justice will prevail in your in support of you. So it's probably a good time to sign contracts or sort out some legal stuff at this time where it benefits you as a person. I do feel like you're super guarded though. I don't know why I feel about that, but the stance is kind of masculine. Do you know what I mean? Oh gosh, I don't know where it's going like that. So it feels like you know, you may have been had to be quite strong or slightly very masculine in the way you deal with people. I think that's a front, not a front, but a mechanism or coping mechanism, because I think who you really are is this. And for this is like the Strength card in the tarot. And the thing is, this is beautiful. It's Beauty and the Beast, right? And I understand this whole philosophy, and it's that the woman in the picture usually soothes the beast. That's the Strength card, is learning to find the compassion and the love within you to allow this beast to be itself, but also it is soothed by that energy. It doesn't see the woman as a threat, and so it puts down its guard. It puts down its instinct to kill. It puts down its need to dominate, and it just simply relaxes. And I feel like this is a really good time for you to just, it's like, calm the waters of your heart, of your mind, of your soul, and bring it all down into stillness again. That way you can feel properly, and that way, because it feels like, see how it's sitting on the head? So like I said, I could feel it, that there's this little bit of anger or frustration. And so it's sort of like, in the mind, there may be some kind of issue from time to time that steps forward, and you're having to constantly bring yourself into balance. But you're human, and we have to understand that we're going to go through things that cause us to be unbalanced, because that's the way of spirit. I know it doesn't make sense. Sometimes we've got to be unbalanced to learn to be balanced again, or recreate a new sense of balance. Okay, and then your butterfly spirit says, transformation is beautiful. Woo! And I really like that, because the butterfly is not an easy, it's not an easy space. It's not easy for anybody, because it is a space of like letting go of the old you to create the new you, and a sign of being a little bit fragile but yet fearless in that space. That's why the courage to go on, the courage, strength, fearlessness, fierceness, and family. Let's read that one real quick. Number 2. 2s are about decisions and about union. So I feel like coming back to wholeness and being a lot more whole as a person would be very beneficial to you at this time. He says, here we go. Courage, strength, fierceness, and family. The lion looks ahead to the time before him with a tranquil courage, ready for anything. He reveals that an important event is on the horizon for you. A situation may require you to summon up your courage and perhaps even take a few risks. The lion is known as the king of beasts because of his mighty roar and regality. This situation facing you may involve indirect action or strong communication of some sort. You must have the courage to express your truth and make your desires known, and to take action on your own behalf, no matter what or whom you're dealing with. The word courage comes from this French word for heart. Yeah. This card is telling you that even if you have felt uncertain or frightened in the past, you now have the strength of heart to face your life with self-actualized clarity. Whether it's regulating a relationship or a situation at work or at home, the action you engage in or expression of your truth now will be blessed by the purity of your own divine heart. The lion is a social animal that lives in family groups. So on a practical level, this card can be sending a message regarding that experience. You may need to care for a family member or encourage them to take greater care of themselves. A new member of the family may also be coming on your way. So, affirmation: I bring the courage of my soul to all the issues of my life. I stand in my true power now and always. I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions. I hope this helps you now and in the future. Thank you very much, honey. I know that's not always easy to hear. I hope it made sense and really brings you some type of clarity. Yes, okay, Tiffany. That sounds really... Oh, I'm so sorry. Hi, Lucy. Oh, Misty's up next. Okay, Misty. And tell him he needs to leave. He can't come back until he heals. That's so powerful. That's not easy. Because sometimes we we get a little bit weak and we let them back in because they say sorry or they genuinely act good for like 2 weeks. But just know if they haven't healed, they will not break their pattern of behaviour. Okay? Alright, Miss D. Hi guys, I've got my lovely moderator Elaine Parker taking names. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Annie. Look after yourself in the next few days because I feel like that message will integrate into your soul. Because like once it realizes something for itself, it will then integrate that information into your being. So drink lots of water. All right, Misty. All right, Misty. If you'd like to take 3 deep breaths and breathing in slowly and deeply and going into a state of relaxation, opening up the heart and the mind, allowing that beautiful Wi-Fi connection. Weird. Out of all the songs to come forward, so as I tuned into the radio station that is Misty, I get the song by Police. Says, don't stand so, don't stand so, don't stand so close to me. Somebody got on your bad side. And it got to the point where you knew you had to create distance with this person. Yeah. Okay. They just talked about greener pastures. And yet they're showing me the sunset. It's interesting. Because I want to say this. I feel like there's a moment, if this moment hasn't already taken place, but there's a moment almost like you go to the top of a hill and you look out. It's at sunset, or it could even be, at sunset, because the sun, they literally just sang, don't let the sun go down on me. And it was almost like you're standing at the top of the hill looking over the ocean and it's sunset, and it's like the moment that you have an epiphany or realization of something. Like deep realization is really happening right now because it's freeing us from the old cycle. Parts of us, and I said this to my friend, and I know I sounded crazy, but there's a part of me that's dying. They're like, why are you saying that? And I said, because there's a part of me that wants to leave, and I'm so used to holding it, so used to having it in my life, but it wants to die, it wants to go. And I just meant energetically, there was something that wanted to almost fly out of me, it was ready to go. And this is when I really went through the heaviness of this last cycle, and it was almost like, I know it sounds crazy, but it's just like I need to just let it go and let it leave me, but I don't know how. And I sort of, over the course of the weekend, I've literally just spoken my heart out. I've let it out through my words, through my tears, and through my actions, And I think that's the same for you. Because in order to welcome in a new chapter, we must learn to fully close the door of the last. And it's almost like I want to say it's a sad realization, and yet it makes so much sense. It's like they just sang Tainted Love, but I mean like it's painful and yet incredibly loving. It's horrible to describe in words. It's something you have to feel, and you only feel it in the moment of realization. Like when I have those are the times that I just start crying because it's just so much. So I feel like you've created boundaries. And it's been a really deep emotional experience. But onward and upward, they just said, onward and upward now. You've seen what rock bottom looks like in some way, shape or form, and now you know we're never to go again. And what that creates is new adventures, a new zest for life, not truly knowing where you're going, because I feel like you like planning, like I have this like really strong ability to plan things, but in sort of in the shift and the, you know, there's parts of you that just kind of want to wing it. You know, it's weird though I say it like that. It's like I just want to wing it, you know, like I just want to feel my way through things. Like it's like that kind of energy, because I don't necessarily feel like that would be something you would kind of articulate outwards in your life. Maybe it is, but there is definitely a sort of like I just want to live my life now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. Yeah, it's my life. Because, you know, sometimes we go through years and years of wasting our life. I've done that too, gosh. Wasting it on the wrong job, on the wrong person, on the wrong time, in the wrong place, with the wrong people. And you look back and you think, oh, what a waste of time. I wish I knew what I know now. Then. And I wish I was aware then, because then I wouldn't have wasted so much time. And energy and effort, tears, blood, sweat and tears, right? And there's like the slight bitterness, you know, like, wasted all that time, all that energy. But in that time, you learn more about yourself than you ever would have without it. And it's like the gift that you never wanted, but you got, of having to go through hardship to truly understand what it is that you want. And there might be a feeling of, like, now I don't have much time to sort my shit out, you know? Or maybe it does feel like there's something's running out of time. So I feel like that's you having to learn that there's plenty of time. And I think a lot of it is learning to be in the moment, to be present in your mind and in your body and in your heart, and appreciating beautiful moments that you may not have noticed before, or really taken the time to cherish or savor. You know, that moment where just everything makes sense. For many of us, we look at the sun, you know, we look to the sun for inspiration, for energy, for truth. And then at night we cry to the moon, our tears, our emotions. So it feels like when I see that sun going down, you know, it's sort of like, let the sun go down, because then you can cry to the moon and she'll heal you and cleanse you. You know, in those loving arms of the universe. No, it feels a little bit like romantic-y, you know, like how we kind of would feel, you know, how some people are quite, you know, with the way they look at the world is through rose-coloured glasses, and that the moon's there, you know, like a mother kind of energy. But it's okay to clear any excessive emotions that you do feel by crying or some type of releasing. And sometimes we like to do it alone, you know, self-soothe. That's how we've learnt to heal. But in some respects, there has to be the knowing that you are actually not sitting there alone, that there has to be some sort of support for you if not physical, energetic, and spiritual. And I love that belief system. You know, I love the way that it makes me feel when things just compile upon me and compound down and compress me, so I almost implode. And in that moment, just before I'm about to implode, instead of processing it, you know, like where we kind of just like, wow, and just kind of lose it, there's a moment just before that, that there's this realization that Spirit actually cares about us. And so instead of imploding, we then allow that processing to happen. And that's when the healing really starts, of whatever it is we hold within that we don't share with everyone else. And we may not have a community of support around us physically, but we must always know that there is a community around us spiritually, in some way, shape or form, that is constantly sending us love and support when we need it the most. Okay, I'm going to pull some cards. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, Four of Swords, yeah. Coming out of a time of healing. So it's in reverse. So it's coming out of that space, because Four of Swords is when we go in. So I feel like you might be on the better end of a healing phase. But definitely something that's quite a painful picture if you look at it. But let's pull the rest of the cards first. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's that song. I feel like that's probably the theme. I didn't actually ask for a theme, but it makes sense that that song came in for me today. That's what they were saying. The moment I let go of it was the moment I got more than I could handle. The moment I jumped off of it was the moment that I touched down. I love that came forward. And it feels like that's pretty much where you're at. Like it's like, you know, understanding that we all have some kind of pathway, but we have to get there, and sometimes we find the way there through struggle, and that there's value there. It may not always feel great, but Spirit doesn't see it like that. And so here for Four of Swords, definitely coming out of a time of healing, emerging from like a spiritual winter or a barren time, a time of loneliness, a time of the void, emerging from a dark night of the soul, sadness, depression, you know, like those kind of phases, but feeling a lot more, you know. See, it was weird because, man, okay, I'm going to say this. This card, the image is really quite intense, and the way that it came across was like you're so used to healing by yourself that it was becoming super unhealthy in some respects, you know, for you. And so it's good to know that I feel like you just kind of got some shit out. Like, I'm going to be honest, like you got some shit out. So I feel like you held back a lot, you kept it all in, it started getting too much, and it was just like, you know what, sorry, I don't mean to laugh, it's just the way they showed me. It was like the Exorcist with the head spinning around. It was just like, I just like, you know, it's just so much, because it was so much, you've just held in so much for so long. I think it was just time, and sometimes it's very abrupt and very, what I want to say, the word acute was what came in. Was very just all of a sudden, bang, hit you all at once, and there was no way out but to let it out, and it might have been really, really painful. I just said, how else were we going to create change? It's like, I feel like I want to sort of justify the actions of the universe. It was like, you gave us no choice we had to create something new for you, and it had to happen because they just didn't like your suffering. They didn't like you just almost imploding right on the inside. I was talking about that before. It's like there's a moment before the implosion where you realize you're supported, and then that allows you to fully process. Because sometimes when we implode, it's like everything gets everywhere. We may clean it up, but there's still bits that we have to come and tend to later on, and that's why it's good to just let it flow out of you, instead of sort of like splatter. I'm so sorry. But I think it took a big toll on you, because now this here we're touching earth. 12 breaking down to a 3, definitely a life lesson. So it was almost like the fall, the rise and the fall. But in the fall, you actually found the grace and the compassion to really understand what happened for you. So I love that it's an angel. I love that it's the intention of healing your physical body alongside it, healing the physical effects of trauma, pain, and suffering. And the worst kind of pain is the suffering in silence, internal, because it will generate into external pains in our bodies. So I feel like you're definitely rejuvenating your energy. I feel like you're definitely feeling like you want to go to greener. It's you going to greener pastures. And I love that you got Coyote Spirit, which is trust in divine detours. So if you're being called somewhere, I hope you're following it. I hope you're, moving in that direction. Yeah, heading in the right direction. Renee Gaia, you got a lot of songs going on, girls. So you got a lot of spiritual energy around you that is trying to communicate. And maybe it would be good if you listen to some music and see what comes forward for you. But trust in divine detours, and that's what I'm saying. It's sort of like this kind of like, I just want to feel my way through it. I just kind of want to wing it and go on like some type of adventure. Or I want to say it's probably just a fresher perspective of what's been happening in your life. So creating that distance or going somewhere else. Like I know you're coming to New Zealand and just touching down, touching down. And sort of just, I know it sounds horrible, but sort of like looking back at all the struggles and saying, you know what, if I didn't struggle there, then I wouldn't be who I am now. And sometimes the person that you are now is so much more stronger than the person that was struggling. It's like it's a weird evolution, right? But let's read Touching Earth real quick. Number 12. Planting something new, it says. The law of cause and effect is always at work in your life, and this card is telling you to bring a greater consciousness to the causal seeds. So causal is like purposeful. I can't describe that. It's like a force of energy that you have. Causal. We have a causal chakra as well. So it's sort of like where you focus your energy. So it says here, and this card is telling you to bring greater consciousness to the causal seeds you are planting in your energetic field. The angel of the rainbow is sending you a full spectrum of light and color to nourish your highest intentions and help them grow. And you can use her assistance to cultivate the destiny you desire. It's time to consider the garden of your dreams and take action that will produce beautiful blossoms and a bountiful harvest. Is there a new project you have yet to begin, an image or an idea just forming in your mind? These seeds of inspiration are blessings from the universe, and you are the gardener being called to bring them to fruition. On a practical level, this card could indicate some new or increasing activity in the natural world. You may be creating an actual garden for yourself, a place where you can draw on the peaceful energy of the earth. You may even consider opening a flower shop or pursuing a career in a field related to agriculture, horticulture, or the like. You might also find yourself volunteering to clean up the environment, plant trees, or help our Mother Earth in some way. Always remember to plant the seeds of optimism, self-love, and belief in every goal. And this is something that came forward before. If love is in the mix, anything that you are mixing will thrive. And got that because it's sort of like we have to understand that there is a space in which, you know, we're made of water, right? And I talk to my water. Does anyone else talk to their water? And when I thank my water, I always think a bottle of water, or think it when I have my coffee and things like that, I talk to the water because the water holds memory, okay? And so when you talk and speak to the water, which that's pretty much ourselves as well, in a loving way, in a compassionate way, in a kind way, in a supportive way, it then too responds to that in that same way, where it's sort of like the inner glow. So always remember to plant the seeds of optimism, self-love, and belief in every goal and every area of your life. For out of that energetic garden grows expanding joy. Affirmation: I plant the seeds of my future in every present moment. I nourish my destiny with action and joyous expectations. And I love that, and I want to say you can have what you want. If your heart is in the right place, it will come to you, it will find you. Because what belongs to you will always find you, okay? So I send that to you with lots of love. Missy, I hope that made sense and helps you now and in the future. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I started doing that like 2 years ago. I used to put moon water out. I used to do the whole crystal thing, guys. I still do. I still love my crystals. I'm not going to lie. I would create grids. I would then put out water or jars for water, moon water, and then I would just put them in my drink bottle, right? And before that, I would put prayer, incantation in them. So this is just something that I learned to do for myself along the way, because I used to be very, how can I say, very purist in my spirituality, or at least the image in which I thought was mine. And so I used to do very much all of that, but now I just simply thank my water and send loving attention to that space. Thank you, Misty. All right. Thank you guys. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Hi, Weiner. Okay, guys. I'm just waiting for tribe leader 1212. Thank you. Thank you, Aisha. Oh, thank you, Bria. I appreciate that. You know, we're just all trying to evolve along our pathways. So, like, I try not to gatekeep any information that I receive. I try to share what I know, because I think for the ones... Oh my God, see guys, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know where they're coming from. I didn't even see that till now. There's a feather stuck in the guards. I got no feathers on here. I was just talking away and I looked and there it was. That's so weird. But it's been happening. So, you know, like, I love it because it's always a sign for me that you know, I'm looked after. I'm going to leave that feather there. I'm not even going to touch it. Thank you, Spirit. I appreciate you. Alright. Yeah, and I just sort of share because I feel like I always wanted that when I was coming through, because you have to understand, I had a really good mentor right at the beginning, but then they ended up moving because they were on their path and it was just time. And so after my mentor moved down to Nelson in New Zealand, down into the South Island, I then had to find my own way, which it really sucked because I really liked the circles, and I loved the meditations and the sound, you know, the sound baths and all that. I loved that space, and it really helped me develop really, really fast my spiritual aspects. And I was like that. I wanted to open my third eye, and I wanted to see without seeing ghosts and spirits and all. It's not fun. It's not fun and having that activated sometimes, because sometimes you just want to be a human being, and then they're like 4 a.m. they're like saying, hey, can you go outside and listen to the toys? Can you go outside and, you know, and then, but it's weird because you go outside and next minute you just see shooting star and you're like, oh, you woke me up for that. I really appreciate that. You know, and standing out in the cold and rain and sort of like just crying to the universe and talking and having conversations. It's not easy being spiritual, especially when you really go down that path and fully commit to it. So I love sort of just sharing what I can to hopefully help people out there, help them out there. Oh, sorry. Anne-Marie, sorry about that. Angels are in the room, yeah. You know, like I used to walking through the forest, walking through the forest after a very trying time and seeing, and there were birds there, don't get me wrong, but it was just weird how it happened. But I was just walking back, because the thing is, I was saying to my friend, oh man, I didn't like that. I didn't like this forest. This forest is too loud. There's too many people in there. You know, there's too many people in this forest. And they were all trying to talk to me. And she was like, you could be focused, you know. She's oblivious to what I'm talking about. And I was getting a headache, or starting to get dizzy, passing out, and I wasn't particularly fit. And I says, I just need a sign that, like, oh mate, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be all right. I'm thinking. And it was weird because this bird did fly across, and as it flew across, I was like, oh, look at that bird. And it literally dropped a feather, and it went round and round, and it could have landed anywhere, but where did it land? Right in front of me. And she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I was like, yep, Spirit's watching over us right now. We're good. But, you know, being energetically sensitive, and you go into spaces where maybe people have passed, or there was something in there, it can be very overwhelming and hard to navigate through. So, you know, you really got to draw upon your the feeling of being protected, and sort of knowing without doubt that there is love there for you and looking after you. So yeah, it is pretty rough at this. Kia ora. That's good. Yeah, I avoid drama too. It's not really something that I appreciate. I mean, because my life was dramatic, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life being stuck in amongst anybody else's drama. Thank you, Layla. I appreciate that. Okay, Emery. Okay, awesome. Okay. Is that you, Kaz? Is that you, Jamina? My cousin Jamina? Alright. I don't say soul ties. I'm mindful of that kind of language. It's just me. It may not be you. But I don't like to say the word soul ties anymore. I'm trying to evolve out of, like, as you become more understanding that your words create your reality. I don't need anything being tied to my soul, whether that's a person. I used to think like that though, but it's just part of me that's sort of like, no, I'm not going to acknowledge anything like that, because when I thought soul ties, I used to have a very negative and toxic soul tie, and so I completely deny that space right now. Sorry, don't mean to laugh. Oh, I thought you were my cousin Jamina. I'm so sorry. I've got a cousin called Jamina too. I couldn't tell. Okay. All right. So it's Anne-Marie now. Me? I'm actually a Napier. Oh, sorry. That was probably my bad for taking forever for readings. Okay. Archangel Michael. Yes. Well, I just refer to them sort of like, I do say angels, but it's kind of like I see them as higher dimensional beings and describe it that way, because I feel like that's more true to their form, and we would perceive them as angel forms, but they're probably a lot different looking. I don't think they're humanoid at all. Yeah. I think it just depends on where you like what the perception of what angels are. I think it just depends on um where you source information from and how you were raised. So I do believe in angels. I believe they exist. But the more I see them and sort of see images of them, that's why I said an angel-like being, but not quite how I would how we see them in the pictures and in the Bible and images of them. They don't quite look like that. Um, they but the wings, definitely you do see wings for sure. Oh, nice. Picton. Oh, okay. With your twin flame. Hmm. Yeah. That's for me like okay. How do I describe the twin flame narrative? I would be mindful of twin flame narratives, and I know a lot of people are very much in the belief of that because it's usually what initiates us into spirituality and being more open. Not gonna lie, probably happened to me too. Um, but that narrative is a really hard narrative to connect to. So, because if you understand the narrative of twin flames, is that there's cat and mouse. It's a game. It's a strategy. You balance yourself, and they have to balance themselves. And then there's the karmic, right? And I get really not negative, but sort of understanding that that's a very different timeline to what's going on now. I think we need to think of or understand that the energy of the twin flame is actually the divine masculine and feminine, and they're not in physical form, they are energetic. And I know a lot of what it means is literally soulmates, and sometimes soulmates are karmics, and karmics is literally everyone ever in your life. Your parents are karmic, your children are karmic, your friends are karmic, because at some point they teach you something either about yourself or about your purpose or about your life. So that's why I said it's sort of like you're a karmic, it's like things like that. You're going to be a stepping or learning step in someone's life. And so I think those narratives can be very hard because it's so open and so pretty much anyone can come in and say, oh yeah, no, your karmic is over there spying on you and blah blah blah. And I think they can really play with your mind. So to reach true twin flame union, the twin flames must be together, right? But physical reality is probably not going to happen if your twin flame never ever heals. No use doing all the healing and holding the space and love for someone who will not do the healing. It's better to go and find someone that will. But twin flames, people get very set on the idea that it's one person and one person only, but anyone could be your soulmate. You could literally meet them at a dairy or talk about yogurt. Met a very lovely soulmate, and our first conversation was about me eating yogurt. Random as, but who would have known it would have created such a beautiful connection. Anybody can be your soulmate, but we get very set on the idea of a twin flame. So I'm sorry I put it out there, and if that offends you, I do apologize. But that is an old narrative, and right now we need to be focused on really expanding more into the idea of higher dimensional beings and creating higher dimensional energy to coexist harmoniously with what's going to be happening here on the earth. So it's not so much focusing away from love and relationships, but with the love within you to create a powerful change in your life. All right. So sorry. Okay, Anne Marie. Where are we at, Anne Marie? Oh, that's good, yeah. Because that's how I started too. I met a lovely man and that was my twin flame. Felt energetically connected to this person. I laugh about it now because, like, this is years ago. For the beginning of my spiritual journey. Lovely person. But this person was messed up. And the more I tried to heal the situation, the further this person would run, because that's the cat and mouse of the twin flames. And as I started really moving into my spiritual path, I learned that the divine feminine and masculine energies needed to find balance within me and union within me. But once I reached that space of unifying my energies, I then evolved out of that narrative. So, there's a stepping stone to a deeper soul connection, but that usually is with yourself or within yourself. And that's where it starts. So, I actually also got a request for that as well, Layla. So I will put those up on YouTube. I usually don't put them up unless someone requests it. So I will definitely put it up. That's the second one. Yeah. Same as me too. In the end, you always think they're going to change, but sometimes they will. Don't get me wrong. If people really choose to, they can change, but sometimes they just won't. And you're sort of left there standing there with the bag that you've packed for the new life, and yet that opportunity or doorway never opens. So it's sort of like open your heart so wide that anybody that comes in could have the potential to be some divine love in your life. And, but first open the door to your own heart. All right. I'm so sorry. Anne-Marie? Yes, thank you. I'm here. All right. Anne-Marie, if you'd like to take 3 deep breaths and go into a state of relaxation. Yeah. So I'm just letting the message unfold. Seems to want to come through visually. Okay. So there has been a little bit of a blockage in your energy. I'm going to say it that way. Because it's been hard to make sense of things. It just feels like sometimes you can be very clear in the way you see things, and sometimes it can be very muddy, and it feels like it's being more muddy lately. I don't necessarily feel like you're someone that expresses themselves openly to people. I feel like sometimes it's sort of like more internal. That's why it's sort of not coming forward as a song. But we'll see what comes forward more. Sorry. I feel like your energy also has been really, really low because I'm having to go in deep. And it's funny because I just got the words stardust. We are all stardust. So I want to say this to you. There are definitely things that are having to align because it feels like it's like perspective, yeah. Zooming out a little bit from the world. So this may be a call to disconnect from a little bit from, no, not a little bit, a call to disconnect for a time from social media and redirect your energies into focusing on creating a new world for yourself, because this is the way it needs to be in your life. If you keep focusing in all the time into the pain or focusing in on something, you literally are too close, and so get in the way of allowing whatever that is to focus. and be prepared. So it's almost like you're so in, it becomes blurry. You know how when you zoom into, like the way they're showing me is the camera, they keep zooming the world right out and then like zooming all the way in where it's like blurry. So it's almost like I want to say with you, it's like learn to zoom out a bit. That way you can get a higher perspective of what it is that you need to see. And they show me this card, so I'm going to show you guys, because since they're showing me cards and I've got these cards on my table, I'm going to give it to you. Here it is. Perspective. It says, none of this matters. Zoom out, common ground. Okay? So we're all just specks of light. It's funny that it's saying that. So not all things that glitter are gold is what I got, because it went straight to glitter. And that it's good to zoom out so that you can get a better perspective of something that may actually seem really, really big. But when you zoom out, you actually find that it's actually quite small in the scheme of things. And also this, what I want to say, I'm trying to articulate it. What I want to say to this is that if you, it feels like something, I got the word overworking, which isn't the direction I was going to go, but obviously we might be referring to the mind space. Mind's overworking. Yeah, no. Yes, the mind is overworking. Okay, I'm going to say this here. It's like your energy comes in and then it goes out. It's the same. It's doing the same as the camera. Fluctuations of the mind are unhealthy, but you can overcome those by realizing that whatever it is you're focusing on, it's almost like this. Thank you. Came back. I had it, then it zoomed out and I was like, oh, I didn't quite catch that. But if you're trying to manifest things, the best way to manifest, and I'm saying, like for me, I shared this before, if you're going to manifest anything, manifest more love and compassion in your community, within your family, within your relationships. But if you want to manifest things, first you must let go of the need to hold it, or to hold an expectation to it of delivery. It's almost like, I'm waiting for I'm tracking my courier post. I'm supposed to get a parcel today, but it's not here, and I'm starting to get worried about it. And so the more I worry about it, the longer it seems to take for it to arrive. And if you think about it, most of the times when you don't think about that parcel, it ends up showing up. It's like right on your door. It's like almost instantly. And that's kind of what they're saying. It's like zoom out, detach yourself from that situation or that perspective or that need to know something, and just simply let it go and let it find you or come to you when it's supposed to. So the perspective that nothing even, it keeps saying like nothing even matters, none of this matters. So it seems like there's definitely an issue that you've been hyper focused on, and so it's time to realize that it's time to let it go and move away from it for a time, so that you can get your head right or your heart right or your soul right, or get something into alignment so that this, whatever this is, becomes either more or less than what you want. So you get what you want. That's what they said. It's funny because it was like I saw that in text form where it says so.you.get.what.you.want. Was it? Period. Creating space and gaps in between so they're not conjoined. Room to breathe. Something in that perspective. You gotta get away sometimes. Oh yeah, I got to get away. Catch fire? Can I get away? Get away today. It's a reggae song. I would play it in here. And I know my singing sounds atrocious. But let's pull some cards. Let's see what they've got to say. I feel like it's just a call for higher perspective, but sometimes you've got to let it go to actually see what's really going on. So let's see what the cards say. Coming in. Hard to pull you in. You keep ducking in and out. I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, I just heard dun dun dun. Whoa. No, I love that. I love it. Okay, and Animal Spirit, we'll just pull all your cards out real quick. Sorry, taking ages. Yeah, your mind's really clogged up right now. I can tell you that. And I wasn't, not because of the card that came out first, because that indicates that. But the card at the end, it was weird because you got Hawk Spirit, let Spirit be your guide. And it was almost like it had like some type of muzzle on for a moment in my mind. It was almost like, you know, this hawk is having to fly around blind. That's how it felt. But, you know, the Hawk Spirits, they fly up, right? And they glide from above. Ooh, okay. So, okay, we got tarot card here of 8 of Swords. I feel like this card is very visual and self-explanatory. Feeling a little bit down and out. The mind's going 100 times. Yeah. We're the same age, yeah. Yeah, and I feel like it's just really heavy. This is also a card of... This is my mental mind flux card. So I know that I was kind of right about the mind and the way it was just zooming in and out. Like it's, instead of just zooming out and staying there, it will zoom out, zoom in. It was very fast. So it can indicate a lot of fast moving thoughts and feelings, and in a way that's probably not beneficial to you as a person, because you're trying to heal yourself through your mind. And we all know what I say about that. You got to take it to the heart. You got to let the heart clear it, because that's its main function, is to purify. So when we find our mind going overtime, it causes so much anxiety and stress. And it could be because you're feeling sensitive right now to the energies that are currently playing out. So if you are, I understand and I have sympathy for that situation, because I too myself have been feeling some kind of way. It has not been easy to overcome. But if you are stuck in mind loops in the mind, or mind loops, this is a card that tells you that this is actually a choice sometimes. You allow that. It's almost like the thought comes in and you've got a choice to, at that moment, change that thought. But if you don't know the tools to change it, or how to change it, or even notice that the thoughts come up, you will follow that pathway. And the downside to that is it can make you feel quite helpless. And a little bit blind. It's like I said, it's like Spirit saying there's some type of muzzling on your face and your mouth, and there's almost like you can't see clearly at all. And this is shedding. You're shedding. They just said that. And this is a card that says it's time to let go of this outer layer of who you think you are, that's keeping you small, and allow the you that's actually inside to come out. So definitely some type of truth and expression that needs to come forward. And here, this is why they always say, take it to the heart, right? It says, opening heart, deep connections, water blessings. Okay? And then abundance, fortune, wealth, plenty. Because when you take it to the heart, you then actually create more love and compassion in your life, because that's the space in which it will allow to fully heal. And when you create that kind of energy, love and compassion, kindness, support, we all know, it then creates a mindset of abundance. And abundance is not just money. Abundance is appreciation of what you already have that you cannot see right now. Because I feel like here also in doing that, but what I heard with this card is many hands make light work. Light work. And I say that a lot in this because it's almost like, you know, growing extra pair of hands. I don't mean to disrespect this particular image, but it's almost like I always felt with the Hindu gods or the Indian gods with the many hands was that they had a team behind them helping them. So it's like when you get into the state of understanding that, you know what, I deserve a better life. I deserve to have what it is that I want. I have so much in my life right now. I appreciate the things that I have in my life right now. And then initiating that thought every time negativity comes in to knock on the door, because you could either let it in or you can keep it out. And so too, focusing your attention away from the negativity but towards something that's more meaningful and positive for you, so you can shake off whatever it is that keeps coming in and taking over. Because this, for me, this is a need to shadow work, do some shadow work and open up the heart, because that's what shadow work is you work, right? When you work on you and allow you to be and do what you need to do to heal and process this energy. And water blessings for me is like, because it purifies the waters, you know, the emotional waters, the ocean of your emotion. It's like a healing to your whole energy, to your whole being. And in doing that, feeling so much more abundance, or just more, feeling more happy, feeling more supported, feeling more loved, feeling more protected, and feeling more safe in your life. And when you let spirit be your guide, it means listen to your heart. When it's calling for you, listen to your heart. And the thing is, we all know this, and I hope we all know this, is that our hearts never lie. And when you trust it and believe in it, which is literally you, that power center that's created when you come into being, it's sort of like when you trust it, then you can actually follow pathways that allow you and lead you to more. And I know we always want more, and I don't mean in a consumerish fashion. I mean more of yourself, finding pieces of you along that pathway and understanding, oh, I'm finding more of who I really am, and putting that piece back inside. That creates more and more abundance. I'm going to read Opening Heart for you. So we all pretty much know what abundance is at this point. Number 11 as well. So, you know, we are all one. So maybe a call to go back to wholeness and or manifest something better. So here we have portal. No, sorry, one card. Oh, it's 11. I went to number 1. I'm so sorry. Maybe it was portal. Okay, anyway. Opening Heart, deep connections, water blessings. The mermaid princess of the ocean holds out a hand, calling your attention to your right, the future, and your many upcoming opportunities for connection. Her other hand is held over the heart center as this card portends, I hope everyone knows what that means, important relationships on many levels. The first is the potential for a deeply intimate romantic love. Your soul longs to connect, so allow yourself to release any resistance and open your heart to trust. The next is the kinship of friends and loved ones who truly resonate with your higher desires and beliefs. This family of your soul brings support and joy and help expand your consciousness in amazing directions, including the energetic realms. The rolling waters of the sea represent the profound presence of spirit and the depth of the connections you can now make with the vast spiritual world around you. These heart-to-heart communications can be life-changing, so let yourself be open to receiving the powerful waves of inspiration and guidance coming your way. On a literal level, this card may speak of bodies of water in your experience and environment. You may soon find yourself traveling by or over water for personal or professional reasons. Your residence or workplace may be relocating near water, or you may begin a relationship with someone who is similarly situated. Remember, whenever you are near water, let yourself absorb the magic of its energy and the power of its spirit. Offer prayers of thanks for the life force of water that always nurtures your earthly existence. Affirmation: gentle waves of love, friendship, and spirit are coming my way. I am deeply grateful for the life-giving energies of water, and we're made up of water as well. I want to say that we're talking about water, and when talked to properly, the molecules of the water are beautiful, and when talked to ugly, and sometimes it's self-talk, right, the molecules of water, they break. And I was seeing a couple of videos of people talking about water again, so we got that resurgence, something that I learned, I think it was like 2000 and end of 2018. I learned about water, and so too I started really being mindful of the types of water that I do drink, and my spiritual incantations towards water to create blessings. So that also talks to the water within us, our emotional waters as well. But I send that to you with lots of love and good intentions. I hope it helps you now and in the future. And so I send that to you now, and I hope it helps. And thank you very much, Anne-Marie. I know that Eight of Swords ain't easy. I can tell you, that's a tough stage. But know that is temporary as well. If they come forward, usually I don't let them all the way in, but I will acknowledge presences if I feel family members or things like that. Just because that's not my area of expertise, and I've had some negative experiences in the past, and not because of spirit, but because of my own stuff, and so I haven't always felt comfortable in that space. But if they want to come forward, that's the thing. Not every spiritual being wants to talk, and so sometimes people will feel that their loved ones don't love them because they don't come forward. But it's not so much that they're probably right there beside you. It's just that they're beside you and not beside me. And so it's like an understanding that 9 times out of 10, if there is presence of a family member, they're usually coming to support your message, or to bring a message to support the message you're receiving. Most of them are just wanting to send their love, to let you know they're okay, and to bring you assurance that they're doing well where they are. Okay. Oh, thank you, Lucy. Thank you for the follow. Throat chakra make me gag. Throat chakra make me gag? Can feel like that sometimes. Hey, look, your fridge. How's it going? Oh, I'm sort of in between the lines of normalness, I guess. I am today. But that may change. Okay, Arctic Aurora up next. Thank you for the roses. Thanks, Dee Dee. Okay. I probably have to only do the ones that I've got right now. Sorry for anyone that didn't get picked at this time, but I will do Lucy. Oh, I love doing Lucy's energy. I just sit in there all day and have a look around. It's lovely. Oh, thank you, Lockie. Your friend, sending love to you too, friend. I appreciate that a lot. All right, okay. Okay, Aurora, Ayesha, and Lucy. Okay. I love it. I love that. I love that space. Maybe next time we can actually have you sit in the live and actually have a bit of a circle. I mean, I haven't done that for a while. So if you're able to go live, let me know, because I'd love to have just conversations and, sharing, because sometimes I learn stuff from you guys too. And sometimes I learn stuff in the readings along the way. So, Spirit is always teaching us something, and it'd be nice to share things. So, yeah, maybe next time we'll just do a live, and I'll just pull some people in and we'll just talk about Spirit. I'd love to talk about Spirit. I can talk about Spirit for hours and hours and hours. And that's why some of my friends don't like hanging out with me so much, especially my non-spiritual friends. Because I'm just blah, 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 blah. Just for me, I'm so excited and passionate about healing. And sometimes people just want me to just be sort of like, can you just like party? Can you just like take that hat off? And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because sometimes it's not so much inappropriate, but it's sort of like, if they don't want it, then you don't have to share it. You don't have to enforce your spiritual beliefs on people. It would be easier for you if you listen, but it's okay. We can talk about other stuff. I respect that. Okay. It's all good. Yeah, well, that's right. So I've got a few of my lovely regulars that come in. I'd love to just have that conversation. You don't have to turn your camera on or nothing, but just like have a bit of feedback while I'm sitting there. It'd be lovely. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Okay. So don't be worried if I reach out to you. Yeah, oh, sorry. On Tuesday? Okay. Definitely. And then, yes, sit in there and have a chat. That'd be cool. All right. Here's a shuffle. Reset the energy. Okay, Arctic, Aurora Rose. If you'd like to take 3 deep breaths, and just quickly have a drink. And just go into a state of relaxation. Oh. I just got Roxette. It must have been love. We all know that song. Do I have to sing it? It's like, it must have been love, but it's over now. It was all that I wanted, but I lost it somehow. Yeah. Ooh. We are out of Mercury retrograde, but in that time it might have brought up someone from the past for you. Because I just said lay a whisper on my pillow, so you might have been thinking about them, or they might have been popping into the front of your mind. So I'm just going to say this, and something that I sort of come to the realization is that some of us are actually used to thinking in the same energy patterns on certain times, and we don't realize it, but we actually go through the same mental thoughts because we create these like power grids or memory grids in which our energy will move. And so there may be times that we're used to thinking about a certain topic or issue at a certain time. And I feel like it's just been in the energy where they're bringing things up, things like the deep wound, because they were aligning your purpose and your wound together. And so for me, like I've been just literally opening that wound in order to sort of heal it for me as a person too. And also practicing the ability to be vulnerable. Like, these are things we have to learn, like you know, like we're acquiring more skill sets. And I feel like it's kind of been happening there where someone's coming up from the past. It's kind of putting you in some kind of mood or vibe. And I don't think that's actually wrong. I think there's a reason why they come up, for you to think about things, and also maybe to process just a little bit more healing in that area, or about a specific person to you or situation that played out. And so for me, it just feels like, you know, it's like a wintry song as well. So it may feel like the nights are getting colder in some respects for you, or if that's not the case, then it just feels a little bit lonely. I wouldn't necessarily say you are alone, but it just feels like that sometimes. It's funny because they just literally sang the song Wild Wild Thoughts. Yeah. So I feel like it might be someone that you're connected to, or were connected to romantically as well. You know, for the taking. This is the way they sang it. Wild, wild thoughts. Wild, wild thoughts. I love that video. I don't know why. I like the colours. Because colours always jump out at me. So I always love videos with really bright colours. So I don't know why it's taking me to the video of that. But I feel like there's a space within you that, yes, it brings a little bit of sadness, but in the same respect, it brings in a lot of, you might be thinking about someone that's actually passed or gone, and then, but it also brings in a lot of vivid memories too, like happy times as well. So it feels like there's a line there where it sort of feels heavy at first, but then there's a moment where it goes into some quite fantastical thoughts and feelings as well. But there is a call to sort of nurture yourself a little bit more as well. It's a little bit choppy in your energy, so I feel the activation. I feel the energy start circling. It is showing me like I said, I sort of see energy move. So if I'm looking at your energy, it sort of feels like it's sort of like moving, like the infinity sign, like in that, like in a, and they just said track record. It's weird. I don't know why I'm picking up certain words, but it's like you're going over something around and around, spinning around and around. You just said, I'm spinning around, get out of my way. It's Kylie Minogue. Cause I like it like that. So it's interesting. Because I would say this. If you're going to think about anything, think about amazing things. Think about things that could be amazing for you. Think about scenarios in which things could play out that could create something amazing for you as well. So it's sort of like use your mind wisely in a way that, and wisely, but yet adventurously. Because it's almost like Spirit saying, no, like we get it, we get this energy, but what else is there for you to think about or do or create in your life? What else could it be? Because it feels like you just want to have a bit more fun. Your girls just don't want to have fun. So I'm getting a lot of confirmation songs along the words that I say. So I'm just going to say this. Don't be governed by the mind as well, if it's not working in alignment with the other chakras. So there is a need to really get something straight here. Direct. I'm getting a lot of songs, so I'm just going to sing them out. They just sang that song. If you're lost, you can look, and you will find me, time after time. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting time after time. Yeah, I don't know why I just want to keep singing that song. So I really love that song too, and it's funny because that was a song that I sung to my cousin years ago when I did a card for her, and it was a card from her father, a song from her father, which is my uncle, and it was that song, Time After Time. And that song always stuck with me because it's sort of like, you know, that reassurance. I don't know why it's sort of like moving in different sections for you, but it's like a song of reassurance that no matter what, even if you're all the way up there and I'm all the way back there, whenever you look, I'm going to be there. Like, I'm there for you. And I also feel like it's sort of like there's no distinction in time as well. Like, it feels like it's someone from the past, and yet it just feels like whenever you look around, there's that person there and still in the now. So I'm hoping that kind of translates and makes sense for you. But I love that song coming forward because it is a card of reassurance that you do have someone's love and support and or even attention. And it's almost like they say, I see you. I see you when you're in your dark spaces. I see you when you're falling behind. I see you when you're rushing too far ahead. And I'm here to simply hold space for you. Yeah. It's funny because I want to say there's something that needs to be said, but it's something that you won't say. It's funny. It's funny I'm saying it. Well, funny, but it's like this. It's like there's a message right here, but it won't express itself because I'm not one to push. I like it to come forward, so I'm sort of patiently waiting for it to come forward. So I feel like that might be your energy as well, waiting for something to show itself, but it may not. And I don't know what that meant, but I hope it makes sense. And so I'm going to pull some cards because you were another person that was finding hard to getting a lot of intuitive space, but also cloudy. So I don't know if your energy may be a little bit low or heavy, or mine. So I might be getting a bit tired. Oof. Okay. Yeah. Tears on my pillow, pain in my heart caused by you. Let's see what the cards have to say. Oh, yeah, it's weird because I'm starting to feel the solar plexus get heavier and heavier. Oh, okay. I would say definitely a call to slow down whatever processes are speeding up in your life right now. Thank you. Yeah. We might have to have a little bit of a blessing at the end of your reading, just to bring some love in. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to write my face like that, but it's just like I was actually relieved because I was starting to go a little bit dark side here. So you got 8 of coins in reverse, and then a 10 of wands. So just if you look at these images, they're not like happy thoughts. Just if you look at the images themselves. But of course, we're not really focusing on that. We're looking at the underlying energies. And then I got loss and lack, fear, victimization. And then I got the lovely energy of the turtle spirit. Slow and steady wins the race. So I did say definitely a call to slow things down. Eight of coins in reverse. It feels like what I would say was like no effort or that going in, so things just got heavy. But I want to say this Eight of Coins, if you keep trying to attain perfection, you will never reach it. It is a very disappointing ideal to have, and so too will create a feeling of not being perfect enough or not creating the right conditions to have a perfect happy life or money. It just doesn't feel like things are right now, and I try to fix them, but then they don't go right. But you have to understand that that is a burden that we may carry through intergenerational trauma. This is like a feeling of lack, because usually it would be like mastery, working hard, but here it's like I could work myself to the bone and still never have enough. And then the Ten of Wands is the end of a burdensome cycle, the end of something that was really, really, really heavy. So I like that it's come to an end, but the Eight of Coins kind of brings it forward. So I was wondering why I was getting all that color. I was getting sadness and then all this color, and then it started going a little bit low, because I feel like there's actually some type of positive energy that is around you, but it's not the positive energy that you focus on. It's something else or someone else or some other situation. So you may have a shadow or what I call a shadow that you have to deal with, or a space in which you have to clear something, because there has to be some type of wisdom or knowledge to come in for you to understand and be aware of this. But we have loss, lack, fear, victimization. I want to read this card real quick. And I don't think you're blocking my energy or anything. I just feel like your situation is complicated, and my interpretations based on my experience may not fully understand or comprehend what's being said or given to me. Or there's parts of the story that's kind of been edited, out, so that it's not too revealing, I guess is the word I want to say. 34 breaks down to a 7. Sevens are about divine intervention, divine timing, can be a sign of luck, but in this space the opposite is also struggle. So I'm hoping things will get better as this reading goes along. But it says here, loss, lack, fear, victimization. The woman on this card stands alone in anxious judgment of her life. Her focus is on past losses and assumes there are more to come. Why can't I get past that? She focuses on past losses and assumes there are more to come. With her fan of owl feathers, she attempts to shield herself from potential hurts. Yet the owl on her shoulder can see through her darkness and guide her out of her fear and lack consciousness. The message of this card is clear. No matter what kind of loss you've experienced in the past, it is absolutely necessary to shift your focus now and to redefine your power. You are no longer the victim of a threatening world, frightened and unable to direct your own destiny. In fact, since your consciousness creates your reality, this assumption only keeps your energy stuck. The owl encourages you to leave your victim mentality behind and to see the truth of your eternal courage and power. When loss comes up in your life, let yourself grieve and don't define yourself by that experience. Be willing to take charge and set your sights on real solutions and new directions. When you take action and view your life with optimism and self-honoring intentions, you become the director of, rather than the victim in, your own life. The empowered approach may seem strange to you, and you may not fully trust yourself just yet. But this card is telling you that you can no longer live in darkness, isolation, and fear. It's time to let go of your old patterns of people-pleasing and passive acceptance of others' agendas. It's time to take your rightful place as a powerful presence in your world. It says, I let go of feelings of fear and lack. It's safe for me to stand up and make choices that empower me. Yeah, it's a choice. And this is something that I say a lot, okay? No, I don't say a lot. That has been coming in a lot. And I put it in one of my messages, and hopefully it comes across your page one day and you see it. And it is this: mistakes are what we do, not who we are. So we have to understand that sometimes we make mistakes. We put our love and our intentions and energy and focus it on someone, and yeah, they let us down, or a situation lets us down, or our parents let us down, and it just creates these patterns. But we have to understand that when the negative thoughts come in, now that we're consciously aware, we have to then choose to change it, because whatever fruit you are thinking in your mind, you are growing in your real life. And if there's this constant thing of not being enough, not having enough, not doing enough, not perfect enough, you're always going to never feel like enough. But that needs to come to an end here with the Ten of Wands. It's an indication that that painful cycle or heavy cycle is going to end. You have to choose to let it go by understanding here, when loss comes up in your life, let yourself grieve. Don't define yourself by that experience. Be willing to take charge and set your sights on real solutions and new directions. And when you do, take one step at a time, and slowly and steadily, you will win the race. And it's sort of like, here's the cool thing about the turtle. The turtle is water element, right? It takes its time in the water. It doesn't rush. It becomes one with the water. It has to struggle at first when it's growing up. It has to race from the nest to the water, because it can get eaten, right, by the birds. I'm pretty sure it's birds that'll just attack them. So the turtle, at first, when it first starts growing, or when it hatches, it's got a struggle. It's that struggle. But don't let that struggle imprint on the rest of your life, because when you actually become one with your element within the water, you'll grow to a ripe old age doing what you love, but it's also asking for flexibility and fluidity within your emotions. And I felt very passionate about that. I don't mean to I always feel like I'm like, rah, rah, but I don't mean to bark at you. I do understand your situation, but you are the right person to right now to do what you need to do for you, and you need to be the priority. So it is fairly heavy, but like I said, the energies are heavy, so they will be compounding everything you've already got going on. Your mind might be going back and revisiting spaces, and then comparing it to maybe other places, or just a lot of reminiscing about the good old days when things felt easier. I'm not too sure there. But there's a lot of letting go that has happened in your energy. And I hope you're brave enough to choose you and to honour you and to do the work that's needed. So I do send this to you with lots of love. We're just going to ask your spirit guides to come closer. I'm going to ask them to give you some type of protection, and knowing that you're safe to do what you need to do when it comes to your healing journey, when it comes to your soul experience, and learning the truth of what it is that you need to do. We ask them to bring more love into your life, more light into your life, and offer you more support physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, providing resources needed when needed. And we will be very thankful for everything that they do for you at this time. Amen. I'm just so used to saying amen, so I just say amen to that. I hope that helps you, Arctic Aurora. I hope it allows you to know that you are protected and safe and looked after at this time. Welcome that thought into your mind, and every time you feel like this negativity is creeping in, simply choose to bring it to your heart and change it into something beautiful for you. So I send that to you, lots of love and good intentions. I hope it helps you now and in the future. Thank you very much. Hi there, Opal. I'm actually just doing the last ones for the night. Oh, poor Maria. Thank you for staying so long. I appreciate that. I'll see you during the week. If I remember, I will contact you and just to confirm whether or not you want to come on the live and we'll have a chat. All right. Okay, Aisha. Thank you very much. Oh, it's a star. Or what everyone would refer to the pentagram, which a lot of people think is negative, but it's actually it's a sign of abundance for me. I've been wearing this a lot. I've been dreaming a lot about seeing a star in the sky, and so I've just been. This is now my go-to, and inside it is obsidian. So it's just a little bit of keeping me safe. So thank you for asking. All right, and Lucy up last. All right. So lucky lasts, plural. All right, Aisha. If you'd like to take 3 deep breaths and go into a state of relaxation, I'm going to do the same. I got wild thoughts stuck in my energy, so I got to clear. I would say your spiritual team has been working overtime for you, Aisha, keeping you really, really safe. There's a lot of spiritual presence with you. Did you see? In times of need. That's why. Okay, supporting. It's funny because they're doing the same thing. They're sort of like protecting all the people, because they know that the energy's making a move, and probably in a negative direction, and so too they hold steady the ones that they need the light to shine in this time. So it feels like you're actually be getting a lot of inspiration, if I'm right about that, and about certain things. Maybe a lot of different thoughts, but thoughts that I feel like it's weird because I just feel like a lot more light. Because as I look at your energy, I just got literally, it was almost like a pure white light going across. Other people have like shadows or like purple and green and in different colors, but it's literally white light. So it feels like, your heart is pure, which I love and know. It's funny. Because it was literally like, I said, your heart is pure, and it was weird because it was almost like I could see your face sort of go, I've got a little bit of a dark side too. But that's what makes the light brighter. Yeah, for me, it's gonna take me to a spiritual space for you. Literally. Yeah, I love that. Got a song. I love that I heard it the way that I heard it. Be surprised. But what I saw, if I can just explain, is that we went up into the clouds. We were holding hands, and it was almost like the wind lifted us up, and I could hear the song, and it was, listen with your heart, you will understand. Que natura, you will understand. Let it break upon you like the wave upon the sand. Listen with your heart, you will understand. Echoes of love around you, keeping you safe. Okay. Focus not on the mortal world, is the way that it came forward, but on the light within. It's weird because it's talking to me in different accent, almost like it's not how I would pronounce words, and it's weird because when I wanted to say that, it wanted to come out with a slight different accent. It's weird. I'm going to say this again. They literally said they've taken you into the eye of the storm so that you can see. It's weird. That's why we got lifted up by the wind. It's circling in the clouds. Higher perspective of your life and a higher appreciation for what life you do live, and in that, not being affected by the storms you see raging in others. That's the joy of healing. Wait, why is that? Who is that accent? It's like the way they pull my throat up. Not like negatively, but up. Someone just said this. I'm sorry, love. I just get excited sometimes. I don't know what that meant. But it feels like, they didn't mean to take over a little bit. They're just jumping in and sort of like speaking through me sometimes. I'm not afraid of that space. It's okay. Ooh. Interesting. There's like a deep blue going through your energy too. A deep blue, which is like how do we describe that? I want to say it's like, the word I wanted to say was indigo, but they said it wasn't quite right. But it would be something of, like royal blue. Like that color? Royal blue. And I like that because it feels like, and the colors that I'm getting in your aura is pure white and royal blue. I know it sounds weird, but it kind of just reminds me of, I wish I had that deck on here. Like an angel's card. Like a spirit guide card. No, I don't have it on my table. They just showed me a card. I don't know where that deck is to. I've packed so many away because I have too many. But if I can remember, I will post it tonight. A message from your spirit guides, and I'll read it, what it comes forward, because that was interesting, because I was thinking, why am I getting these colours, please? And then they sent that card to my mind. There's a visual aid. So I can't even remember his name, but it's a specific spirit guide. But I'll post it at the end of the day. After this, I'll go and find it and post it up. If not today, in the morning, for me. So let's pull some cards. So hopefully that made sense to you. I hope that made sense. See what's going on in your energy. Oh, we've got 2 tarot. All right, we'll let that happen. They flip down, so I won't reveal them yet, but I'll pull all your cards. I love that. Okay. Oh. Okay. It kind of did. I wanted to say it was kind of a little bit religious-y. Like a belief system. Interesting. Okay, so you actually got 3 animal cards that fell out. I'm going to let that happen, but I'll just read the main one that fell out on top, and I'll acknowledge the other two. Okay, so you got Wheel of Fortune, which is really, really good. I only giggled because what card came with it was the Devil. So it's the end of a karmic cycle. Things happening in a way that is fortunate for you. I also feel like a change of events, a chain of events happening. And then you've got the Devil card. Now the Devil card can be like feeling a little bit trapped, or feeling a little bit stuck, or being bound to things. Ancestral for me, because it's the way the symbol comes in. There's that snake there, but that's the ring of fire, eh? Yeah. Oh, burning through illusion is what I just heard. So I feel like it's just the image of the devil and not so much the actual connection to the devil. But it's weird because the colors that I got with the white and blue also reminded me of like Jesus. And I don't know if you're that way inclined, but it's sort of like whenever I actually met a spiritual being came to me, and they were dressed like that, and I described them as someone that was Jesus-like, and they told me forgiveness, right? I don't know if you remember the story that I gave about that one, but I feel like for you it is definitely a clearing or cleansing time to allow you to break free from any karmic cycles or anything that you feel bound to create new change in your life. I don't think it's negative. I just think it's it's about that time. It's just how it felt like when I was about to say, it's just about time for you to do it. I don't think it's easy. I think you have to kind of step away from maybe what you hold to or your belief system, so it feels like there's definitely a change in there, and only because of what your cards say. And then you have clarity, planning, releasing illusion. So there's definitely some form of clarity coming in with that hawk or eagle energy. Five is about change, chaos and conflict happening to create change. And then your animal spirit, the card that came out on top was Dove Spirit, be peace. And then you got Groundhog Spirit in reverse, time to let go. Maybe it's just hard to let go. That's why the Devil card's saying that you still feel connected to some things. And I feel like it might be a little bit like your belief systems. It may not be religion. It just may be the way you think about life and how life exists. And then you have Grasshopper Spirit, take a leap of faith. And I love the Grasshopper Spirit coming forward for you as well, because I feel like it is a sign of abundance. It is quite a fortunate type of insect or energy to come forward. But first you have to take that leap of faith. You have to surrender and allow yourself to, believe in something that may be different from your normal. But here, finding peace with it. Yeah, because I feel like you have a great eye for noticing when someone's energy is not right. I feel like it's extra sensory. Like you can look at someone and just go, well, they're going through a lot of stuff. And that's why Spirit has put you in the eye of the storm, so that you can see the storm and its destruction of what it does to people. And yet where you are, it's calm. So you may over this time really receive a lot of people coming in that want to either be around in your presence for balance, for healing, or just feel like they're drawn to you in some shape or form. So maybe a higher calling coming in. But let's read this clarity card real quick. Clarity, planning, releasing illusion, number 5. Says, okay. Clarity, planning, releasing illusion. This eagle priestess heralds a time of productivity and clarity for you. This card is telling you to sharpen your focus on your own goals right now. You have the vision, now make your plans and set them in motion. Think of how the eagle's lofty perspective allows it to see far off, pray, and adjust its actions, anticipating changes before they arise. Real plans, not just fantasies, are called for, so get clear about your goals and what it will take to achieve them. The newfound clarity requires you to release any present or past illusions. That's why that hog spirit is in reverse. It's hard to let go, of what you know, because it's safety. These may be false assumptions about situations or people in your environment, so be honest with yourself about others' intentions and about your own plans and their potential outcomes. Illusions do sometimes encompass deeper aspects of yourself. Even if you think you no longer carry old hurts or misinformation, you may be subtly influenced by fears and limitations. You're unwittingly accepting as truth, or you've unwittingly accepted as truth. The ego calls you to look deep within and reclaim your inner strength. As you do so, your true power becomes more clearly directed and your creativity starts to take shape. The golden, vibrant colors surrounding the eagle signifies greater mental activity and brightness of mind. Great value is coming to your life. Don't be surprised to find the time before you opening up with new ideas, accuracy, inspiration, and even prosperity. That's that Wheel of Fortune. It's time to get clear about you. It's time to get clear about who you are, what you want, and how you're going to get there. This card is telling you, plan, prepare, and prosper. Affirmation. I release illusion and confusion. I think clearly, focus on my plans, and let my life shine. Yeah, I like that. With arms wide open. With arms wide open. Now everything has changed. I show you love. Sorry, there went no. I'll show you everything. Yeah, definitely about definitely some type of freedom involving the way you think and feel and see your life and what you believe. And in that space, creating more love and abundance and prosperity by being who you are, which is the dove spirit. That is your real essence, but also supported by the grasshopper spirit, by the universe, asking you to change. And you're probably just struggling with letting go of something that is close to your heart. That's why the devil here. The devil's not always about the devil in the details, but the devil can be something that says that we're really bound to something and it's really, really hard to change, because the Wheel of Fortune is saying, well, it's time to change because we're ready to change things for you. And for many of us, the universe is like saying, well, it's time to change. And if you're not going to allow it, we'll have to create it. But Spirit is saying, before that gets to that, how about you just really focus on creating what you want in your life and go about getting it before you get sort of like the big Hulk smash by the universe coming in and clearing out whatever it is that is blocking you. So I send that to you, lots of love and good intentions. I hope that helps you now and in the future, Aisha. And I hope that made sense. Thank you so much for letting me read your cards. And then we have the lovely Lucy. Sorry, my top's because the way I'm sitting, my posture's bad, and so everything sinks down, and so it feels like everything's coming out. So just covering up. All right. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Oh, awesome. I'm glad that made sense. Because I was wondering why you were taking me up, and then I realized, yeah, it's sort of like a high perspective, but it's for me, it is a lot about the belief systems for you at this time. So I'm glad that made sense for you. Thank you for that. All right, now Lucy, yay! Right, Lucy, if you'd like to take 3 deep breaths, slowly and deeply, and then going into a state of relaxation. Spirit is just repeating over and over the same phrase. So at first I was like, what? Because I got the song, who let the dogs out? Who? And I was like, what? And then they were saying, let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out. So I'm going to say this to you. I feel like you actually, as we've spoken before, I actually feel like you have this space in you and it can come out. But I want to say this. Okay, explain it properly. Okay. Sometimes we have a tendency to sort of do things for others. I'm going to say the word people pleasing. In some respects, but it's almost like I don't want to be the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. That kind of feeling like, I don't want to be the bad guy because I'm actually not a bad guy or bad person or bad woman. I don't have negative intentions, but if I got to put up boundaries, then I got to let it out. I got to let that dog out, in me. And yeah, because it's almost like you've actually got a real wild side to you too. And I feel like it's been knocking on the door and asking for radical change in the way that you approach people and you let people approach you. It's almost like, this is something that I was saying too earlier about myself, is that like Spirit has taken the part of me that wants to make sure everybody's okay and putting a little dog in there. The way that I say it sounds so bad. But putting a little bit of dog in there so that I'm not a welcome mat for people to just walk all over me, because my natural tendency is to make sure everybody's okay because I'm, a victim of abuse. And I've been hurt badly and treated poorly by certain people in my life. Even though I had a really supportive family, things like that will still happen. So I have a functional part and then I have a lot of dysfunctional part, but the dysfunctional part is the part that always tries to make sure that I'm making everybody else feel okay until I have nothing, right? Since then I've been creating stronger boundaries. Definitely in this last 2 weeks, creating stronger boundaries, learning to be a lot more fearless, and also just bringing out that no. Simple as that, just to know. No expectations, no explanation, no. Not something I easily say because I'm very much about yes. But when it comes to me, I have to learn to look after me, and so I have to also learn to be assertive in certain areas and aspects of my life. And it feels like Spirit's like saying, let it out. Put that boundary up, say what you got to say to someone, and create what it is or how it is that you want them to approach you. Instead of just letting them sort of come in and then sort of adjusting their behavior, show them from the get-go, from the beginning. Straight away, this is my boundary, you pass it, you cross it, it's over, I'm out. I'm not even going to waste my time if you can't respect me now. It's like that kind of energy, like bringing it to the table and saying, this is my rules, and in my life, this is how it is. You can do what you're doing in your life, but in my life, this is how it is. And standing right by that word. it's almost like a standing your ground and being firm towards someone that may actually have a lack of boundaries. This person feels like an octopus almost. They're kind of clingy sometimes and overwhelming. And there's a part of you that's like, I'm starting to get like, it's almost like my teeth are grinding and I'm like starting to get tense around somebody or a situation. And then I'm just ready just to let rip, That's sort of like, my sign is no, my number is no, it's like that kind of thing. Because I know my value and I know my worth and I know who I am and I know my truth and I stand beside it and I commit to it. And so too, it is probably a good time to really express that. And if you have to get a little bit, cutthroat, I think it's completely okay to do that if someone isn't respecting your boundaries or the consumption of your energy and time, because that's currency, man. People are getting rich off your energy. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that makes sense. So it's learning that, I'm not just going to waste time doing that. And that's also something I feel like we're kind of alignment in that space. I'm also in the same mentality. Don't waste my time. Because if you are, I'm just literally not going to bother investing. And that's not always something you want to hear from a spiritual person or someone that's so used to giving and giving. But there has to be a point where we say, no, that's too much. Now, you've had enough. And so too, I withdraw my energy. So let's pull some cards. Let's see what the cards have to say. For your highest good, highest purpose. Yeah. You got 2 cards. I told you. I was just like, the cards never lie. They have no need to lie. It's only people that lie. You got 7 of Swords, someone being dodgy. You see that? Energetically. And then you have your thing of holding back. So, okay. Someone's literally sucking your energy dry. It's energetic and or time consuming. They're literally taking you for all that you've got in some respect, and it's just starting to be too much now. And it's a wolf. I was like, it's a dog, but it's actually a wolf. And you've got sensuality, feminine wisdom, and passion. Yeah, see, your intuition is just like, it's weird because I know this sounds weird, but in this card, look, I know this, maybe this is just me, but you can see her, she's protected by this turkey because it's representing Thanksgiving. You see she's holding back there, but you see the eye, see how it's sort of looking on the side, and then you see feminine sensuality, and there she is, and there it is, there's that eye again. So you definitely got having to have your eye on someone, keeping an eye on them, and definitely withdrawing either your time, your energy, your physical presence, or your money, because someone's not being truthful or real about what they are or who they are as a person, and you're very much aware of it now. And maybe you try to make sure this person was okay, or try to look after them, because you're kind and compassionate and supportive, and this person's just, it feels like they're kind of taking you for a ride, and I don't really, and that seems the reason. But this tiger, the way that it's sort of like over the top of, over the top of you, sort of like looking over your shoulder, it's sort of like, this person better watch out, because your ancestors are on alert. They're watching over you, they're protecting you right now, and I love that that's come through in everybody's cards, because they are fully aware of this person's energy being very tricky or misinforming you and or other people around you. So I feel like this person, people that have got dodgy energy. Trust it, believe it, your intuition is on point. Time to trust and believe that too, and understand the urge of why you've been holding back. But why should you live a life where you have to hold back and someone else gets to go around being an asshole? Basically, someone's being an asshole. Why do they get the right to do that, and you don't get to have a right to be who you want to do? Who you want to be, in your life. It's sort of like, I don't feel like that's fear. It's almost like a minimizing of your energy because this person needs all the light. It's like like for me, it felt like consuming the light. But let's read the sensuality again. And actually, as we've already read the sensuality card, yeah, I was just about to ask. So, because I want to see what is it that we're not seeing. So because I've already read the sensuality card, I felt the urge to pull another one, but I wasn't going to pull it. I was just going to look at the bottom. And so we have achievement coming forward, and it's the white buffalo. It's a really time of change for you. I feel like you're really going into a space of understanding, effort plus intention, what it is that you want. It is a sign of strength, of abundance, and I feel like you're so much more powerful than, it's so much more powerful than people realize, because you're always so gentle and mindful of how other people feel. And that's why there's this thing like, not so much throw that compassion away, but throw away the need to make sure that everybody's all right. If you're not doing, if you're not in a space where you're allowed to thrive, then that's not your space, right? It's not your space. So I'm going to read achievement because I'm going to actually know. See, I'm a bit messed up about that because I want to read both. I will. All right. So here we have sensuality. It is feminine wisdom and passion. It says, a majestic tiger gazes to the right into your future, alert to the new adventures and passions about to be awakened in your life. His thick coat and sinewy muscles relay sorry, I don't know where my mind went there for a moment. Relay a classic expression of sensuality and movement. This energy is present for you too. It's time to open up to the more sensuous side of life, to touch, taste, see, and hear with a heightened appreciation and awareness. The tiger is calling you to slow down and really experience the joys of the senses. Savor every moment of a beautiful scene, a sweet taste, or a tender touch that sparks soul appreciation. The resulting energetic momentum brings you in alignment with beauty and bliss, with the beauty and bliss of the universe. In addition, a more passionate sensuality may be on the rise. Don't dismiss the potential for shared excitement and increased sexuality. The tiger totem also brings messages of feminine wisdom. Now, something that I added last time I read this was that sexual energy is very sacred and very powerful. So you might be actually just foreseeing in the future that someone actually in alignment with who you really are may step forward for you, or may even be showing themselves to you now. The tiger totem also brings messages of feminine wisdom and devotion, for tigresses are devoted mothers. This may foretell a time of dedicating more time to your family, or even new devotion to the needs of your own sweet inner child. Listen to your intuition in these and all matters. This wisdom is alive in you and ready to advise. Don't be fooled, however, by the rise of the feminine. Her gentle nature is matched by great power at this time, and that's what I mean. Be loving and compassionate, but don't be anybody's doormat. And tigers often hunt at night, so you may experience an increase in evening activities, both social and professional. You might also be feeling more adventurous and more willing to take risks. In fact, you may now find yourself becoming more compassionate about a great many things. Enjoy your newfound zest for life. Your affirmation is, I open to the joyous experiences that all my senses bring. New adventures bring me a greater passion for life. Love that. And now number 49. Real quick. Here's the closing reading. I love this for you. I didn't even pull an animal card. We'll carry on and I'll pull an animal card just as a closing message for you. So we have achievement plus intention. The priestess of the white buffalo stands shoulder to shoulder with the mighty beast, bringing a message about the direction of your life. She reveals that you will achieve success by aligning your conscious intentions with the drive and energy that you focus on your goals. Some people have clear, specific intentions, yet their efforts fall short due to confusion, misdirection, and even just laziness. Others put a lot of effort into their lives, but their intentions are unclear or even full of doubt. The message here is to bring the two together in a lucid and logical way. Understand your true intentions and take responsibility for the effort you put into them every day. Buffalo are methodical in their movement, and they have humps on their shoulders, symbolic of their ability to carry heavy loads. This represents the systematic energy needed when attempting to bring your intentions into fruition. Abundant success is assured when you apply planned and patient effort to the intentions that truly resonate with your heart. Since the white buffalo is so sacred and rare, this card brings a special message. It's time to raise your intentions and to take your effort to a higher level. Bring prayer to your path, and you will ignite the unlimited abundance that this beautiful creature signifies. Affirmation: I create clear intentions and put patient effort into my goals. I bring sacred prayers to my personal pursuits every day. I really love that. It's sort of like learning to be a living prayer, which is like invoking beauty and poetry within your words, your steps, and within your soul. So let's pull an animal card for you as your closing statement. Hopefully this message is resonating. Oh, you got two. Yeah. You got two. And the first one is brown bear spirit, take time out. So right now, heal your heart, heal whatever's going on inside that needs to be healed to overcome the situation that may be playing out in your life. It is a number 9, so it is a call to connect with you, with yourself. It's usually 9 is usually a solo energy that only you could achieve this. Only you could clear and heal the space, because I feel like you have to be pretty clear on what you want. So you have to clear whatever it is that may stop you, and 9 times out of 10 it can be our emotional connections to people, situations, and old narratives or memories. And then you have Panther Spirit, reclaim your power. And I feel like, yeah, you're calling it back, you're taking it back. Yeah, here's another one. I'm taking it back. Here's another. So that's a confirmation song. Number 44, create more stability in your life. This is probably a focus more on creating a family or home environment that is like, what I mean by that is like a more safe environment for you, so you can be who you want. And the thing about the Panther is that it moves a little bit in silence, because it likes to suss everything out or assess everything before it pounces. So I feel like it's sort of just like you're going in, you're going to do what you need to do, and you're going to take it back so that you can start making positive moves for yourself. So I feel like it is a powerful time for you. I love the cards that came forward, and I hope that made sense, Lucy. I send it to you with lots of love and good intentions. I hope it helps you now and in the future. And thank you for being my lucky last. That was actually, I really liked that came forward. I love that, like, you got the tarot card, and the tarot cards are telling us what's going on in your human life, and then you have the oracle cards that tell us what's going on in your soul, and there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of growth going on in your energies. And it's sort of like I want to say to you, you're a multifaceted being, right? Don't forget that. We have different sides and different spaces in which we have to nurture and cultivate. And as long as you're doing the work to do so, Spirit is saying they are with you and they will bless you based on your efforts. So what I want to say to that is, yeah, life is what you make it. And we don't have much life really if you think about the scheme of it. The length of it. We take, I would say, 75% of our lives for granted, and it's the last 25% in which we live. Because we don't always reach 100, right? So if you think about it, some of us are getting on the latter end in that 25%. So this is the time to live it. And while you're living it, just really create what you want. And it's sort of like, probably would have more clear intentions if you clear out the negative energies or negative thought systems that may be happening in your life. But thank you, Lucy. I hope that makes sense. Thank you, lock your fridge. Yeah, I'm going to probably have a good sleep. And I'll probably have a bit of a drink actually because I'm pretty thirsty, like a hot tea or something. I'll probably do a bit of a message before I go to bed as well and look for the card for Aisha. So, okay, I'm just going to share this with you guys because I think it's a good time to share. And sort of coming off the energies of Lucy, Spirit has also said the same thing to me. That's why you see me. They're like, you know what, Sonia, every time you get close to achieving anything, you always kind of recoil and find reasons not to get this. And they were like, you know, how about it's just time that you start deciding that you want to win. You want to win, you want to achieve, you want to do things. Why can't you just do that for yourself? Why can't you understand that you deserve it too? You always help others. And that's sort of like I resonate with you, Lucy, because, you know, we connect in that energy. And it's sort of like, you know, it's sort of time for you to let the dog out, just like they put the dog in me. So we can actually do what we need to do loyally, faithfully, and protectively, understanding that our pathway in our life is super precious at this time, and wanting to bring more value to us, and in doing that, bringing more value to the world. And so that's why you're seeing me jumping out of my messages and showing who I am, because it's part of me overcoming the fear of being seen, pretty much. I know it seems weird because you see me on the live, you're like, oh, you know, she's pretty confident on who she is. But I spend so much time not being confident in who I am. And so I'm learning to overcome the pitfalls of that, you know, overcoming the fear and learning to shine again properly, fully. Not have a burst of light and then withdraw for 6 months, you know. Like I kind of like go, and then I just like completely withdraw. So it's sort of like just showing up. I just keep showing up. Thank you. All right, guys. Woo. Oh, awesome, Lucy. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, guys. Thank you for staying all the way through. Yeah. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Dahui. Rongowa. Hey. Yeah, just putting a little bit of dog in us. And the only reason why I say that is that, you know, if we need a scrap or we need to get down, we need to just say that no. We have this ability to do so. And I only say the dog energy or the dog spirit because the dog is actually really loyal. But when it comes to people and things that they love, which also includes themselves, they will fight for their right to be there. And that's pretty much what I mean by that. Yeah. Kia ora. Okay, lots of love, guys. Hope everyone's safe and have a great week here. A week ahead. I don't mean weekend. Week ahead. And yeah, you'll see me around. Thank you. I love that. I love let the dog out all the time. I'm learning too. Thank you, guys. Take care until Tuesday. See you on Tuesday. All right, good night. Thank you. For Marie.